badly wounded. Your pet is hurt.
So you buyin' or what? Good luck out there. I make no promises. Thanks for the gold. You pay up front, no refunds. See ya. It's a grab bag. Thanks for the gold.
You can't do that here.
Oh, you can't hear. Wow, okay. Now you can hear, right? Sorry for that. I was saying greetings to a passerby as well. And yeah, today my stream's a little bit late because I've been busy editing one thing, and tomorrow I'm gonna be editing the same thing. So today I'm gonna experiment and not experiment. I'm gonna try and wrap up the leveling. So I'm gonna rush through the story and try and finish the story and maybe get as close to level 60 as I can. I'm definitely gonna reach the end game because we've got like what 3 hours and something. That should be enough to finish this act. My Journey Gaming said, what difficulty level do you play on Hello? I'm playing on normal for now until I finish the story and level up. Once I level up I will switch to ridiculous because it's just more fame and more elites. Pardon me. More elites means more chances of getting better drop because they have slightly increased chance. But while leveling up I try to do it as fast as I can because, as I said, if you've leveled up as many times as I have new heroes from level 1 to level 60, you would really want to do it as quickly as possible because you're bored. You're gonna get PTSD from leveling up if you level up as much as me in this game. So obviously I'm doing it on normal because it's just a waste of time to do it on ridiculous. If you've done it on ridiculous once with every hero, you definitely don't need to do it again. And Kiki says earlier, yeah, that he can only hear the game volume. Yeah, I'm sorry for that, folks. Earlier, must have I've turned the wrong switch. I've got 2 switches, one for microphone 1, one for microphone 2. And I think I accidentally turned the wrong one, which is strange because it's hard to mistake them, but I guess I must have done it. It happens. Oh, I didn't wood the chest. Well, 1 chest less, that's fine. And a passerby says, do you know that the train's shotgun and flamethrower projectiles can shotgun a single target? I didn't. It's so they're strong. If you level up in those, they are super strong. Especially the flamethrower car. That's the strongest skill out there for Realm Master in regards to train builds. It's got nice attack speed. It's got very good spread. So it hits a decent amount of enemies, and with the Doom Pipe, it's amazing. But the Realm Master got nerfed. It got nerfed in a very bad way, where it's losing that 65% damage to sword, stunt, or bind it, and it only gets 10%. And that change affects mostly slammer builds, because slammer builds really didn't have as much damage as train builds, and they really needed that passive bonus to do more damage. Because look at that, with Sharpshooter we have 50% damage to Taunted with Shasta, and 50% damage to Taunted with Shasta is much better than only 10% damage to Binded, Sword or Stunt. And on the Realm Master you could get 10% damage to Binded, Sword or Stunt with another 55 for a total of 65. On the Sharpshooter you get 10% damage to Sword, Stunt or Binded, and you get another 50 to Taunted, which is 60. And now on the Realm Master you only get 10%. And thank you for the follow, Winner Down Switch. Winner Down's Twitch. Winner Down's Twitch. I think I've seen that name before in the chat, so welcome back. The train numbers are bloated, but they are balanced for I think it's not that the train numbers are bloated, I think the other numbers are not high. So now that they nerfed this buff, they need to increase a little bit the damage of Spike Drive, Pound and other things. Because I think the train numbers are good enough. The train numbers are good enough, the other numbers are just underpowered. And this little bit of extra damage we could get obviously was making train builds a little bit stronger than they need to be because they were bloated. But it was making Slammer builds just about the right amount of damage. Right now Slammer builds are seriously nerfed as a result of this. And now if they wanna rebalance things, they have to increase the damage of Slammer skills to make them equally useful as train builds. I would have preferred if they didn't nerf this passive, but rather nerfed the train skills. That would have been the better choice, because now they have to buff the Slammer skills to make them as strong as train. Because right now everyone would want to pick a train if they're going for meta. Because, well, flamethrower car and shotgun car, even mortar car is actually pretty strong. But compared to flamethrower car, not as strong. Exactly, spike drive really requires you to juggle skills, and that's the problem with the skill. It doesn't do as much damage as it needs to. And it's supposed to be a level 20 skill, and you reach level 20, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get that strong skill that's gonna be equally strong as flamethrower car, and then all the disappointment. Even with an extra charge, it can't match to flamethrower car. So I'm okay with Pound not being overpowered, because it's a level 1 skill. Okay, Pound is fine, but we definitely need a little bit more damage to flying picks and to spike drive and to that other one, torque swing. In fact, torque swing needs a complete rework. It's designed in such a terrible way where it's pulling the enemies closer and then knocking them back away. Where it's kind of... The whole point of pulling the enemies closer is so you can follow up with a melee attack. But when the skill knocks the enemies away after you vacuum them, it beats the whole purpose of the vacuum. What's the point of vacuuming them in closer to you if you're gonna knock them away a moment later and you won't be able to follow up with a melee attack? And you're gonna just spread them around. It's just very, very, how should I call it? Overlook. I think they overlooked this this built-in knockout, knockaway bonus, the knockback bonus. And with this knockback, it seems like a copy-paste of Hammer Swing. It looks too similar to Hammer Swing, this skill. I know they needed the skill and they decided to just go the easy route and copy-paste one skill and slightly modify it. But yeah, it's just too similar of an animation to Hammer Swing, and with that knockback, it's kind of bad. Now what am I gonna get? Probably gonna go more explosive Pharaoh, or maybe I can get Arachnid Assault, but I guess it's too early for Arachnid Assault, so more explosive Pharaoh, more DPS should be better for me. And yeah, basic attack build, and mind you, what you said about basic attack builds, that is excluding damages to basic attacks from affixes because they're broken. You can't get basic attack damage on affixes. Oh shit, my hero didn't want to move, even though I teleported a couple of times. So when they fix the basic attack affix, because right now basic attack affixes don't work apart from the ones that specify the weapon of choice. When they fix that, you're gonna see much better DPS on basic attack builds. So yeah, the Slammer skill tree, when Ghost Train was a part of that skill tree, it was actually much better. In fact, for a very long time, running slammer was my preferred choice, and it still is. I just don't like how weak it is.
You can't cast
Oh, I can't go and buy potions. Amazing. How am I gonna beat a boss without potions now, when they don't drop potions on this map?
that here. They're hurting your pet. Your pet has fallen.
And now they killed my pet, so I'm zero healing now. I'm probably gonna die again. Cause now even my pet died.
Your pet has arrived.
Come on, pet, heal me. Okay, nice.
You can't use that skill.
And if someone wrote in the chat, wait for the boss fight, I'm gonna read the chat after the boss fight. I just can't, if I look at the chat now, I'm gonna die. So I have to kind of... With 0 potions, I can't afford looking away. Ah, shit. I clicked outside of my game. For a moment. Clicked on my browser for a moment there. Thankfully it didn't kill me. Look at that, why didn't they make the enemies in this boss fight drop potions? There are so many bosses like Psora, White Woad, etc. that give you potions when you kill some of their minions. You see when you see the minions, they have some sort of like a potion above their head, and that means if you kill it, you get a potion. This boss fight doesn't have such mechanic, and it really needs such a mechanic. I mean, come on.
Your pet is taking damage. Your pet has run away.
And my pet's kind of wrecked. Come on, pet, come and heal me. Come on. If only I had potions during this fight. If I saw that I have no potions before the fight, I would have sent my pet to give me potions and started the fight with the potions. Like now, for example. Okay, let's check the chat now. Sorry if I missed your message. I'm gonna try and read it now. So, And yeah, it says a passerby mentioned, yeah, the 50% from relic does work, and there are some other exceptions, not just the 50 from the relic, but passives from skills, such as scatter shot, for example, increasing ranged basic attacks as a passive, and things like that do work. MDwet says, Haystruck, have you tried Forge since yesterday's patch? I haven't tried it, but I read your comments. So obviously Cyclone mode is finally as it needs to be. Oh, and it even takes advantage of movement speed buffs. That's amazing. I was not expecting for Cyclone mode to take advantage of movement speed buffs. So builds with the charged up arc-powered shoulders. Arc-powered shoulders, this item, on Cyclone mode now would be my go-to. Where did it go? Arc powered shoulders, this one. So for 10 seconds every, you can see this is a 60-second cooldown, but with the cooldown reduction you can get it to 30 seconds, and once they fix the passives you could get it down to 24 seconds, which would mean every 24 seconds you can get 10 seconds times 2, so you would only have 4 seconds downtime. Because it's 10 seconds and then it was 20 with the tier 3 bonus. So 3 pieces of the arc powered set, maybe arc power pants, shoulders and maybe boots, would be pretty interesting combo. Pretty interesting combo to experiment with on spin to win builds. This one is also pretty nice, Quicksilver. Quicksilver would be also pretty nice on spin to win setups, if you want that movement speed. It really is better when you have the movement speed, because yeah, we don't use... I mean, if I want to escape some damage, I would use my movement skill. I would use ramming robot. I wouldn't rely on just Cyclone mode or on just my basic movement. In fact, basic movement is never the thing I use if ramming robot is ready and I need to avoid some danger. Not sure what, but one of my skills did 19,000 damage. Chance to burn. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go for chance to burn. Oh, and more defense, just what I needed. More electric defense, even better. More defense, nice. And this thing works. Bonus damage to pistol basic attacks. This, for example, does work. It's weird how it's broken in such a way where the specific ones work, the other ones don't. Let's go to the secret trail. You're saying that flamethrower car active is not affected by minion damage while shotgun car is. That's strange because it used to be. Did they break it? Did they think it's overpowered and it shouldn't be affected by minion damage? Maybe it's a bug because it used to get that extra minion damage bonus. And it used to be super strong. And not just the active but the passive as well. But yeah, spin to win Forge now would be something people enjoy, which is cool to hear about that change. I tested it last night, but I forgot to restart the game, and it wasn't working for obvious reasons. So yeah, let's go to Echo Landing. Oh, let's give this guy a thing here. Echo Landing, here we come. In regards to existing gear still having stats from the remove socket, they definitely need to... Oh yeah, they will fix it. They will fix it, but again, I was warning people about this. I was telling people to not rely on bloated stats, because they're not gonna last forever. They didn't seem intended to me, and now we do have a confirmation that they weren't intended to be as bloated as they used to be. Damage with explosive arrow or crit damage. Which one do I get? I prefer the defense. Even though it's not much, I'd rather get the defense.
See ya.
And damage to scout's bones is not bad either. And let's talk to the mayor. Yeah, a lot of people which were new to the game wouldn't expect something like that. For example, players who have never played the game before those strong stats. Players who have recently started. And those players didn't know that 3 sockets or 2 sockets weren't intended. And they would be like, what's happening? Why does my item no longer have 2-3 sockets? Things like those need to be made clear in the game as a message to players. Not just under patch notes, because not everyone reads the patch notes, and they would be wondering what's happening, and people need to be made aware that certain things are not intended and are changing either beforehand or after the change. In the game, people need to have some sort of a greeting message about the patch notes. So in that loading screen at the start, the title screen, whatever it's called, where you have a message from the devs, I think some messages need to be added when changes like those are made, so people don't start raging about things and calling fixes nerfs and things like that. Because if I was a new player, I would be probably kind of disappointed. I would be saying, what's happening, why the nerf? Because I wouldn't know it's actually a fix and not a nerf. So if I put myself in the shoes of like a new gamer who never played before that, when we had only 1 socket, and he has only seen the 2 and 3 sockets and things like that, and he've only seen the overpowered bloated stats. Obviously, if I put myself in the shoes of such a player, I would be kind of disappointed and wondering why the change, why the nerf, which actually was a fix. So it would be nice if they make some messages. That's my point. Put some messages on the title screen when they make such changes that could shock people. Wood-related things. People are very sensitive to wood-related changes and modifications in those games. When it comes to rebalancing skills and stuff, people are used to that. But when it comes to things related to items, especially something that reduces their sockets from 3 or 2 to 1, they need to know why this is happening without them needing to read patch notes, because again, not everyone reads the patch notes. And a short message, 2-3 lines, is all that takes to explain that this was not intended when people got 3, 2, etc. sockets. Translate it on all languages that the game is localized to. Put it on the title screen and let it stay there for a while. That would be pretty nice. Exactly, that's the announcement screen I was referring to. When you log into the game and there's like an announcement where you can scroll down and read, they should put some news there. Some news there, and maybe link to patch notes every time there's something new there. like a short message, hey, we've patched, you can read the full patch notes here, blah blah blah, maybe a few lines of text about some of the major changes. But yeah, they do have the place, they do have the perfect place to put some announcements, to clarify certain changes. And Extra has been very transparent. I mean, they're so active in Discord. They're posting patch notes in 2 places for people to read. They used to post a what in Trevo during the alpha phase and the beta phase, which I guess no longer is much needed, but it would be nice if they keep updating the Trevo for 2021, like a roadmap of the year. Maybe what we can expect roughly in the foreseeable future would be nice. Although for marketing reasons, they are not allowed to announce a lot of things they are working, even vaguely. They can tell you, hey, we're working on this endgame mode, that would be like this and this, more details later, because their marketing team doesn't allow them. They want to make sure the moment they're announcing things is done properly, with the right video, with the right screenshots, etc. attached, so people would know, hey, this is coming, that is coming. But it would be nice to have some sort of teasers, some sort of rough things to expect on the roadmap on Trevo for this year. For example, hey, you could expect a new subclass this year and things like that. Okay, let's see. So my family ordered some sushi, and in a moment I think I'm gonna go and grab my rolls and bring them to the room with me. And eat them in between loading screens. But yeah, I'm gonna finish this quest first, maybe. Eating stream. Well, it's sushi, I mean. It's something that I can grab a bite every time there's a loading screen, and something like that. Where is Hicks? Oh, Hicks. He keeps hiding every time I'm doing this map. Could he be here? He's not here. But I'm so thankful for the fix to Cyclone mode. I'm glad that they finally rethought the decision behind swallowing the skill. It just felt wrong. I couldn't call it spin to win the way it used to be, and now I can again go back to calling it spin to win. And it feels good. Definitely feels good. I need to draw a feels good emote with my fiend emoji for such cases. Although I'm not an artist, so my drawing is pretty basic. My drawing skills are as basic as it gets. But I'm the type of person that tries to do everything for my stream by myself for now, because I can't afford paying someone to draw emotes for me, and I don't have as many emote slots anyways, so paying for someone to draw emotes, I would end up having a ton of emotes I can't use. So I'm trying to just draw it myself. Bonus damage to basic attacks, broken. Coming from Diablo, yeah, in Diablo Whirlwind was a little bit overpowered. up to a certain level where it became super underpowered. So spin to win builds for farming, the easy rifting was okay. It wasn't something you would use for pushing unless you're going for a meta whirlwind hook build where you were pulling enemies, being like a support barb, zero damage barb, and that was okay as a mobility. But yeah, in Diablo Whirlwind was working in such a way where the faster you move, the more damage you do, which was it made sense. In fact, I was hoping in this game they would do something similar, give us more damage based on how fast we are moving. That would have been such a nice thing. But people would say they're copy-pasting Diablo 3, so I understand why they didn't want to go this way. But I think in Warhammer Chaos Bane, that would be the best thing they can do to Whirlwind. To make it move, because Warhammer Chaos Bane, if you've noticed, Whirlwind has a problem with the movement speed there as well. It doesn't move as fast, and if they make it do more damage based on how fast it moves in Chaos Bane, the same way it is in Diablo 3, it would actually really fix that skill and make it even Chaos 10 viable for builds that are stacking movement speed. And believe me, there are ways to make a very good movement speed build if Whirlwind in Chaos Bane could benefit from movement speed bonuses. Like there is one god skill that gives you 50% movement speed for the time being, for the duration. And if you combine that god skill with that, and if you take that potion, not potion, that veteran chain reaction or whatever it was called, there was a chain reaction skill that gave you movement speed after using a cooldown skill. Which is nice. Combining that with that other god skill, it would have been amazing for a Chaos Bane spin to win build. If there was something like an item, maybe an axe, maybe a ring, maybe an amulet that gives you a heroic whirlwind that gets, or maybe not the heroic whirlwind, maybe even the basic whirlwinds, the basic advanced and mastered could have gotten this treatment. There's ways to get Whirlwind in Chaos Bane be a little bit stronger. I hope I hope Echo Games, the developers of Chaos Bane, reconsider my suggestion to add a note, so we can create tickets regarding broken things, and it would be easy for them to track this. There aren't that many people playing Warhammer Chaos Bane, and a note would really help them find out about bugs and find out what the community needs in regards to updates, in regards to development direction. Because Chaos Bane really needs that. I mean, if there's one thing that it would really benefit from, it definitely is a note. See, Torchlight 3 has a note, and it's great. For a small studio with not that big of a player base, I think note really helps find out what your community is looking for and what bugs they have found. Let's get here power drones, nice.
You pay up front, no refunds. See ya.
And Passerby and Kike had some conversation. Kike says, what difficult do you recommend for new players? Is ridiculous really ridiculous? Well, ridiculous is kind of slow. It's very sluggish. Because you're not gonna do as much damage, and every fight would take much longer than you would want it to. And if you don't care about the visual bragging rights of having this badge next to your name, so you can be, look at my badge is amazing. If you don't care about this badge, see, those people have played on ridiculous. You can see they've never been to lower difficulty than ridiculous, and obviously they're the same level, so this leads me to believe they're probably playing in a team and leveling together. And leveling together on ridiculous is fine, but solo, it might be a little bit slow and boring. It's not like it's difficult, it's more like it's sluggish. Um, it's a swak. It takes a long time to kill stuff, and the time you're spending killing bosses, killing champions, is just not worth it, in my opinion. When you play on ridiculous.
That spell cannot be cast.
In just a moment. As I said, I need to quickly go grab my rose. So I'm gonna put the BRB screen and camera and everything. And yeah, let's go. Let's do the next quest. It's leveling different on the multiplayer server than SOU. Yes. On the SOU server, the loading screens are quicker, and the heroes on the SOU server cannot be played on multiplayer. And you don't get some mail rewards. You know how every now and then there's gonna be some mail over here in the mailbox that you get, such as gifts, rewards, etc. Just wanted to grab the chopsticks. So yeah, those you can't get on the SOU is what I heard from people. So it's different, but it's not much different. Just faster loading screens, and just that you can't play SOU players on the multiplayer servers. Offline players, I mean. Let's not call them single player, let's call them offline heroes cannot be played on the online mode, and that's kind of a difference. Mark of Death says, I got a pet in the mail during the winter event. You did? Even on the SOU server? That's pretty nice. So that was connected to the patch, I guess, somehow. Maybe they made the patch so that everyone gets it. That's nice to hear. So maybe this rumor is debunked. And thank you for confirming that people can still get mail. Maybe not every mail, but some mail probably can be gotten, or maybe they made it so every single mail you can get. If they did, that's gonna be pretty nice. Power line, there we go. Another benefit of offline is you'll be able to use mods once they... Oh yeah, once they're supported you definitely would be able to use mods. But even before they're supported you would still be able to use mods if someone makes mods. The developer said it that Torchlight 2 got modded before it had official mod support. And that they won't be surprised if someone makes a mod for this game before there is official mod support. Right now the only thing similar close to mods is probably some cheating tables and trainers, but apart from those you can't get actual mods yet because no one has made them. But if someone makes them, that's gonna be nice. It doesn't have to have official mod support for people to make something for the game, but it definitely helps. The thing is, the game probably needs to become more popular for people to start making mods for it. But I would love to play some mods. When they add mods to the game, and if I find some mods I like, I would be playing those, streaming those, promoting those mods to my viewers. Maybe the first mod I think they need to make is a multiplayer mod. Someone needs to make a multiplayer mod for the single player. And then after that everyone can start using this mod in their other types of mods, so people can play those together. I think that's the first thing they need to start working on. Someone needs to make Grim Dawn style lobby based multiplayer, or peer-to-peer invite multiplayer, some sort of multiplayer where you can just play it in the offline mod, in the offline mode with others. That would be the best thing ever. Okay, okay. Come on, come on. But yeah, mods would be a big thing once they're added. I mean, Torchlight 2 had so many mods, and they were from minimal mods with barely changing anything to huge mods that converted the game into a whole new experience. So there were mods for everyone in Torchlight 2. If you want to keep it as close to the original as possible, there were mods for that if you just needed some quality of life. But if you wanted mods that redesigned the wood system, that gave you a lot of different classes, that gave you a lot of skills to play with those classes, that gave you a lot of pet skills, a lot of pet transformations, things like that, Torchlight 2 had it all in regards to modding. Chance to freeze, oh, I love chance to freeze weapons. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. 27k DPS, that's not bad. 27k damage. See, chance to freeze really helps a lot. And now in the Fazir, after the fix, after the bolted stats are gone, people would learn to appreciate things like chance to freeze a lot. Yeah, it may not work on status immune maps, but not every map you do is status immune, so you can always avoid them and just not pick status immune maps. But chance to freeze is so fun. You're saying if you're playing on Ridiculous, do you get higher wood drops? It's the same. You only get 20% wood gear work. You get 20% gear work. But gear work caps at 100. And gear work doesn't mean a higher chance of getting legendary, it means higher chance of getting items. And then from there it can roll a legendary. So obviously more item drops means more legendary drops, because it means more chances of the dice to roll. For whether the item would be green or blue or yellow. And you cannot get white gear wookie drops. So when it says wookie, it can no longer be white. So meaning gear work, when you get extra drops as a result of gear work, they would always be green or blue or yellow or orange, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, it doesn't directly translate into giving you higher chance of getting legendaries, but it gives you higher chance of getting wood in general, which in turn makes it so that you obviously get more legendaries as well. But again, you don't need Ridiculous to max out your gear work. You can do it on practice as well. You can reach 100% gear work in multiplayer or solo, as long as you stack gear work. From items, from buffs and things like that, and from maps that give you gear work. But it does help. 20%, that's 1/5 of the cap, and you get that by playing on Ridiculous opposed to normal or practice or even hard. I think only Painful and Ridiculous gave you extra gear work, if I'm not mistaken. Can't remember if hard actually gave something. landmines, okay. Wait, did they change the icon of landmines? I think it was a bit greener before, now it's... did they fix the skill? Let's experiment. Oh wait, why am I... Oh, they fixed the icons, so zoomies and landmines and assemble. I think even Summon Flock got slightly reworked. Oh, and Wet Kisses also got a new image. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new images. This one remained as it was. This one I think remained the same as it was, with maybe slightly reworking some things. So they kind of just improved them. Okay. Let's experiment with landmines, see if it got a fix. The patch notes didn't mention a fix to this skill, but maybe there was one. Or maybe they just changed the images, we'll see.
You've started a quest.
When you see Wookie, it means you're either getting extra gold from gold work or you're getting extra drops from the gear work when you see Wookie. That's what it means, this Wookie text. So if a monster dies and you see Wookie, that means it either dropped extra gold pile, extra one of those piles, or it means it dropped an extra item. And Wookie can only give you, as I mentioned, green or above rarity wood. Because it's silly to get Wookie and to then for the game to drop you something that's white, so they changed it. Okay, I've got some skill points. Okay, max level explosive arrow. I'm probably gonna start investing into Arachnid Assault. Maybe max... I'm not gonna max out Venomous Maw because I will respec this and put it into Miasma later. For now I'm using Venomous Maw because I think it's okay to level up with that skill. Should we grab a sushi and bite before the boss fight? What I do is I put my wasabi in my soy sauce and just let it rest there. Let's grab this. All right. Oh, that's not the boss fight? Shit, I thought it was the boss fight zone. Well. I'm just standing there spamming projectiles. Freeze goes very well with Scout's Bones and the Infectious Shooter. So many projectiles, so much chance to freeze. Oh, and I missed Yabui. Yabui probably followed me when I was, be right back, when I was in the kitchen. So thanks to Yabui for the follow some minutes ago. Welcome to the Struck Club on Twitch. Let's see. I'm probably gonna just rush ahead. Any elites here? No. Okay, over here. Yeah, let's group them up together like this.
Level up.
All the projectiles, it's just amazing. Now, what do I level up? Am I gonna switch to targeted strikes later or I'm gonna stick to explosive arrow maybe. I'm thinking of sticking to that one. In the meantime, should I go spread of death first or should I go arachnid assault? Maybe for now 1 point arachnid assault just so I can have that in the build. I'm gonna have to get used to the new key binding.
You can't cast that spell here.
Shriek Beak, okay. It's 7:15, so we've got time. I probably won't be able to get max level today, but I'm definitely gonna finish this act and get to like level 50 something. Once I start doing Fazir. If I get some good gauntlet maps, it's gonna be great for the leveling. Oh, and the good thing is they fixed Sword of the Lost Legion right on time, right when I'm leveling a Bane build and I wanted to make a minion master Bane build, where I'm stacking all sorts of sources of minions. It's good to know that they fixed that. I'm gonna have to sacrifice something. I'm probably gonna sacrifice Arachnid Assault so I can have more minions. Which means sacrificing the big queen minion. But see, without Arachnid Assault there's no Bone Razor Bone Blocker summons.
You can't cast that spell here.
And if I want Goblin Legion, I'm gonna have to lose something. So losing Sacrifice to Goose as an active skill, it might hurt my damage, but maybe it needs to be done. I'm definitely not losing Imbue Relic, because I want to keep my Asthma 100% uptime. And I think that's a great way to do it, and I can also trigger Liu General that way. And let's say I don't use Bone Razor Bone Blocker, that's fine. Sword of the Lost Legion, in my opinion, is just good the way it is. So with just goblins, spiders and some skeletons, I should be okay, I think. Oh, is Sky here? Sky came here. Sky? He's licking the soy sauce off my finger. No soy sauce for you. It's too salty. He shouldn't eat salty stuff. But yeah, I think he smelled the soy sauce. Let's see. Okay, it's an upgrade. This is also an upgrade, but you know what? I'm not gonna change. Can see my keyboard. Okay, X. I need to get potions, but before that, Echo Landing. And before that, King's Road. Let's find out if I'm gonna encounter this bucket King's Road. Don't you find it that the goblins die way too fast to provide good damage? Well, they're supposed to be meat shields. They're not supposed to do damage. They're supposed to be taking damage instead of you. So I don't think they die. In fact, for me, they don't die much whenever I play builds, but I haven't played Goblin builds in a long time. 3-4 months since I last used Goblin Legion. So it's been a minute. So I'm gonna see in what shape they are now. Like 2 months ago or a month and a half ago, when we talked to Michael, he said that they don't want the goblins to be strong, because they're not supposed to be damage dealing, they're supposed to be meat shields for tanking. And he said, if you want the goblins to be stronger, we need to make them die quicker. So if they did that, if they made the goblins strong enough and made them die quicker, sure, okay. I'm fine with that. I'd rather have my goblins die quick but do a lot of damage and just constantly resummon them. Because with revolt you can revolt the cooldown of the goblins and summon new goblins, and with the Rifle of Leadership you get extra goblins. Again, I haven't played in a long time with goblins, so I have to reach max level, get some okay gear, mediocre gear, and test it then. Right now, while leveling up, I can't tell you for sure how it's gonna feel. I've used them while leveling up, but I haven't used them as an end game build in a very long time, and that will change soon, because I'm planning on using them. Okay, let's talk to the mayor, and then I'm gonna go to my fort before continuing with the quest. But yeah, exactly, you can revolt and summon more. And that's why I would rather have them die quicker but do more damage. I don't mind them dying quicker. I can just summon more. That's kind of simple for me that way. All right, let's quickly grab a bite or two of sushi while we're at the fort before it goes bad. Although it won't go bad in the next few hours. I'm just gonna grab 1 or 2 bites quickly. Let's do it that way. Okay. Almost ready, just need to pour myself some water. Let's go. There's some more left for later. First of all, this is not my fort. Didn't I go to my own fort? Well, let's go to my own fort. Wow, it's loading. I might grab another bite. Using those loading screens. In fact, I'm gonna... Who wants to see me eat wasabi? Although in my country the wasabi is not real wasabi. It's just mustard. It's regular mustard painted. Right in the nose, that's where it hits you. I should buy some of that fake wasabi and keep it for my stream where people can make me eat wasabi with creator points. It would be pretty nice. Gets the blood flowing though. It really does. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I've got some legendary stuff I don't need. Like this one. And this one. And then a bunch of stuff that that just low level. I don't need it either. I'm gonna put it in the storage. And I can probably grab some higher level stuff like this frost wall. And anything else? Level 40 something. 43 Musketeer Cavalier hat. Perfect. $36. Yeah, it's too little defense. This one, too little defense. $37. Again, too little defense. I'm prioritizing defense. See, this one's nice. I can now get some extra skill points. Now the question is this one. 800 defense, 5 crit chance, sacrifice to goose levels. Yeah, this one's better. Okay, I think I'm just gonna put some of the Wobby items over here. Wherever there's room. And then I can equip this. And I can equip this. And I can remove points from my skills now. So where is the card? The card is here. I can remove points from this. By the way, let me check the cooldown of reload. It's 6.5. If I remove a point from reload, it went to 6.7. I'm gonna keep reload at level 12 actually. For the cooldown. But this point I'm removing. I'm gonna keep this at level 12 as well for the damage. And now I'm gonna remove 1, 2 points because I'm not relying on the extra 2 points from, I think, my helmet. From my helmet, those extra 2 points. But for now, maybe I can remove them. But I'm gonna remove Shasta's points first. I'm gonna remove. I'm gonna keep this because of maybe the extra damage. For now, I'm gonna remove those 2 points here. And I ran out of spectacles. And with this, I'm thinking... Should I go for those spiders? I'm gonna prioritize this. If I remove those 3 points with the next set of spectacles, which I'm gonna get now, I can get max level miasma. And Indra Meyer says, why do you go explosive arrow with the Bane relic? Because it's nice AoE. I like leveling up with explosive arrow. I don't see a reason not to go with explosive arrow. What's there not to like about the skill? It's super high range. Look at that. I can reach the end of the screen. In fact, if I had ultra wide resolution, I can reach even further. It has explosions. And yeah, it's good. I mean, you don't have to go for this or this or this or this with any of those skills is fine. I can make a scatter shot build, I can make an onslaught build, I can make a targeted strikes build or a tight grouping. This is completely optional and based on personal choice. I've played with targeted strikes before. This time I decided to go explosive arrow, just because I like the skill a lot. But yeah, let's get some more spectacles. 1, 2. Can I get one more? Just one more spectacle. That's all I need. If I get one more spectacle, I'm gonna be a happy struck. So close. So the spectacle is... I'm at this one. So that means I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4 more fame levels. Well, let's see what it dropped in the meantime. Oh, and I need potions. Need to do that while I'm here. Arc-powered helmet, not bad. Well, explosive arrow with the Herman's masterwork is pretty amazing. See, it has such a nice item synergy with the Herman masterwork. I think it's pretty decent choice for any build. For any build, it's pretty decent choice. I don't have the Herman masterwork, but I can add it. It's not like I can't. But I'm adding something different. Okay. Hopefully there's no bug there. And Passerby says, all targeted strikes is buggy and often, if not at all the times, hits only twice. I've taken screenshots and it does shoot 3 arrows. But I need to check one of my video recordings to tell you how many times it shoots. I can use it on slow motion. In Premiere and confirm for you how many times it shoots. But I've checked and it really does shoot 3 arrows. I've frozen the frame exactly at the moment and I can see the targeted strikes does shoot 2 arrows. But whether it hits 2 or 3 times, I can't tell you right now, unfortunately. I just need to do more testing to confirm whether it hits 1 or 2 or 3 times. Definitely hits 2. Definitely it's not just 1 time, but whether it's 3 or 2, I need to record it and play it frame by frame to see. So we've got Cold Legion. You're tested. I also tested you on the dummy last patch, and I didn't look at the numbers. I was looking at the arrows, because someone mentioned in my videos it only shoots 2 arrows, but it definitely shoots 3 arrows. Whether it hits 3 times or 2 times, now that's something that needs to be checked. Because it might only show you 2 numbers, but it might be hitting 3 times. Maybe it just 2 of the arrows might be hitting this soon, one after the other. And the problem is, unless it's an enemy, it's gonna that has HP that goes down, you're not gonna be able to tell much. We'll see though. I mean, I can test it to confirm myself. I just like testing things myself because sometimes it's the best thing to do for me. But maybe it really is hitting 3 times and it's just showing the numbers in such a way where two of the hits are happening pretty often, and that's why you're not seeing them. I really need to get North Mace. A North Mace or what's its name? A Glacier's Edge. One of those two is needed for me now. Which way do I go? Let's grab the waypoint first. Oh yeah, you would be able to get 3 stacks. If you can only get 2 stacks, it definitely... well, you have to have a 100% chance to poison. To make sure that you can get 3 stacks, you must be at 100% chance to poison, because you can't guarantee every hit would poison. But yeah, with enough tries, I should be able to at least once see 3 stacks of poison with one shot of that skill. But yeah, that's a very well made point. If you can't ever get 3 stacks, then it's never hitting 3 times. Well, if you were at 80% chance to poison and you're not getting 3 stacks, it definitely feels fishy to me. Did someone report this? Did you report this on Note? I think this is something that needs to be reported as a bug, so it can get fixed. They've been very active on Note recently, the devs. I've seen them closing some tickets the past few days. Extra Spicy has been managing Note the last few days, and I've been getting notifications of tickets getting archived, old tickets that are now fixed. So they've been scrubbing the platform from old tickets and things like that. Indra says, I've noticed the adventurer bonus for Royal Shasta is bugged. It takes a stack away per enemy you hit rather than per precision skill. Oh, okay. That's an interesting bug. I've never paid attention to this. I normally don't rely on fear, because fear is very, very bad in this game, in my opinion. It makes the enemies go in random directions. It keeps them away from AoEs, and in most builds you want to keep the enemies clustered up. You want to keep them close together, so you can follow up with an AoE or with whatever skill. But in general, most builds would have some sort of AoE or some sort of thing that lets you do extra damage if the enemies are clustered up, or some sort of benefit to have the enemies stick together. So fear is something I avoid. Sometimes you would see me casting stuff, precision skills after Shasta, but that's not intentional. That's just because I just probably don't have another adventurer skill ready, or I just forget to do something like Ghost Visage. I wish I could actually get them to rework that system. This system is very boring the way it works right now. The way where you can only have one adventurer bonus up at the same time. I think the adventurer bonuses should stack. If I have 3 stacks of Scout's Bones and 2 stacks of Sacrifice to Goose and 1 stack of Ghost Visage and then I use a Precision skill, I should then have 0 stacks of Ghost Visage, 1 stack of Goose and 2 stacks of Scout's Bones left. You should be able to get them to stay and to have... to be able to stack them. It's gonna make Sharpshooter much more fun to play if you can stack different adventurer bonuses together. They already reworked the Dusk Mage with a needed mechanic change with Harmonic Form. They did that for the Forged. They did that for the Realm Master's Endurance. I think it's time for the Sharpshooter to get a little revisit from the balance stick and to change it so we can stack multiple adventurer bonuses. See, this overrides any current adventurer bonus, needs to go away. And if I have casted Goblin Legion and Scout's Bones without using a precision skill, I should have 3 stacks of both. If I've used Goblin Legion, then I use a precision skill and then I use Scout's Bones, I should have 2 stacks remaining of Goblin Legion and 3 stacks of Scout's Bones. Things like that. It would make it much more fun to play when you can stack those. Because right now it's forcing you into super rotation-y... the rotation is super boring right now. Having to cast 3 precision skills after every adventurer, it just very limiting. The freedom is not there and it feels wrong to me. I've thought that way ever since they released the Sharpshooter close to a year ago, almost a year ago. I think it was June last year or so, or was it earlier? I can't remember. But yeah, it's been a while, and ever since then this was my only problem with the mechanic of that skill. Okay. What's my quest? Wait, didn't I defeat the boss just now? Oh, there we go, that's the boss. There we go. Now, where do I include Goblin Legion? I really want to include Goblin Legion. Ideally, I would be wearing Ancient Ember boots, so I can have room for the Rifle of Leadership. Maybe I shouldn't use Goblin Legion until I get the rifle, and I'm probably gonna sacrifice Goose. No pun intended, but I'm probably gonna sacrifice this skill so I can have the Goblin Legion. There isn't anything else I can think of to sacrifice. I definitely wouldn't lose Shasta. Although maybe it's time to make the taunting with Quones build. Should I sacrifice Shasta and then use tier 3 Ghost Visage for taunting and get the bonus damage to taunted from this? It would be amazing if the Goblin Brute could actually taunt. That would have been so nice to have a taunting Goblin. So I don't have to use active Shasta and maybe use it only for the bonus. But yeah, maybe the meta way of playing this would be removing Shasta and putting illusions for taunting. Yeah, it only lasts 2 seconds, that's true, but I can have multiple ones. See, I've got multiple charges on Ghost Visage and I've got Revolt. And Revolt lets me redo it. I've never played it, I actually never tested it. I've never tested tier 3 Ghost Visage, so I think it's worth it to experiment with this and see how that goes. I really prefer Shasta because it lasts for much longer. And I can just focus on DPSing instead of teleporting all the time. Root Foxes is back. Nice to see you again, man. How have you been? And Passerby says the problem with that is the Ghost Visage basically makes you one skill animation every 2 seconds without dealing. Exactly, that's the thing I mentioned in my latest build. I mentioned, I think, exactly that same thing. It just forces you to constantly spam certain skills, and it's not fun. I think they need to increase it to like 4-second taunt. If they make this 4-second taunt, it would be much more worth it investing. Maybe we should make a ticket in note, request to rebalance this skill. And to make that taunt last at least 4 seconds. I think 4 seconds is reasonable. I mean 5-6 seconds might be a bit overpowered, but 4 seconds definitely seems worth it for a tier 3 bonus, mind you, tier 3 bonus. Or alternatively just make the Goblin Brute taunt. The Goblin Brute taunting would be pretty good in my opinion as well. Okay, let's go to the King's Plateau now. Yeah, it's good. I think 4 seconds is amazing. Well, look at that. Musketeer Penta Wounds. I'm gonna use the defense ones. Well, there goes my chance to freeze. Surprise Vultura attack, sneak attack. So what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I don't think the landmines works. So back to zoomies if this doesn't work. I wanted to do something, I forgot what. Oh yeah, wife bind. There we go. Spare weapon in case I die. Check. And let's move. Wait, why can't I use my asthma? Is this a bug? Oh, it's already active, that's why. Lord Foxes says, nice to see your face to the stream. Glad you think so. But yeah, I've been using that camera for a while now, like the last couple of weeks or so. Less than a couple of weeks, but still, since some of the first days of the month, of the year, maybe even better way to put it. Okay, while it's loading, I'm gonna grab a bite. Just a moment. Just a moment. All right. A little bit of water. And this is how you can combine playing with streaming and eating. Use the loading screens to the best of their... See, the game has... Pardon me. The game has long loading screens. So I guess that's one way to use the long loading screens. Grab a bite every time there's a loading screen. What's the quest here? To just defeat Netherim. Alright. If you just defeat Netherim, you can do that. Let's go group them up quickly. Elder Scrolls Online sometimes gets over 1 minute loading screens, and I'm assuming that's even when you're considering SSDs. Well, when the server is handling the loading, when the bottleneck is the server and not the machine, there's not much you can do other than hope for optimizations with the netcode and how the systems communicate between each other and transfer the data. Obviously, this game has a bottleneck on the server side of things, because when you play offline, those loading times on SSDs are 1 second, maybe sometimes faster than a second. So obviously with this game it's server related problems. Probably with the Elder Scrolls it's the same. Root Foxes, I come back to gaming properly and see Path of Exile looks like it's gonna be pretty good this league. Well, enjoy it. I know I won't enjoy it, so I'm not even gonna go back to it. But if you're a Path of Exile player, yeah, this league does look like people would love it. Oh, I'm going up to 79,000 crits already. At level 44, that's pretty good. I can go to the Astral Gate, by the way. Enter, enter. My character got glitched. It got stuck in the corner. Did I miss any comments? By the way, if I missed anyone's comment, sorry for that. I'm gonna scroll up to see. I don't think I've missed some. I mean, I did miss one comment where Indra said she didn't like. I think it's a she. It sounds like a female name. But yeah, Indra said they don't like the fear either. I didn't check this one earlier. Oh, and I've missed Root Fox's first comment, but yeah, thankfully I saw it later. But yeah, sorry if I miss a comment. I try to catch up with the comments in between loadings and stuff like that. Wait, why? What? Okay. Yeah, socketing skill system and how difficult it is to get 6 linked. I once wasted 2 or 3 times the money I could have gotten to buy myself a 6 linked impulsor. I was just experimenting to see how much resources and materials I would waste trying to 6 link an impulsor. And believe me, I spent more materials and money on that one, and it still couldn't get. I spent the equivalent of exalts I could have used to buy a 6 linked impulsor. and it was like, I think 2.5 times that amount that I already had used up, and it still wouldn't work. And I was like, fuck this RNG, fuck you RNG, fuck you. Yeah, it's just not for me. I can't respect the game with this much RNG. Thankfully, with Path of Exile 2, it's not gonna be that difficult. And Path of Exile 2 is doing things in a much better way when it comes to skills and links and all of that. But there's other things I don't like, and I don't want to go. Whenever I talk about the things I don't like about Path of Exile, it's a very negative space there, and it's just I'd rather not do the negative stuff as often. But yeah, apart from that, there's many other things I don't like, but that's definitely one of my most ragey things in the game. How difficult it is to 6 link a piece of equipment. And it's definitely too grindy and time consuming. Super grindy, super time consuming, super heavy RNG when it comes to min-maxing stuff. So you don't have much control over certain things. I think it should allow you much less RNG and much more control, and just require you to spend X amount of time farming for certain things, and then let you get the perfect stats you want without much trouble. So as long as you have the resources needed to allow you to select what you want to roll on the item, or to have less RNG there for many things, not just the socketing. Path of Exile has layers upon layers upon layers upon layers endlessly of RNG stacking. So the amount of RNG that they're using there is unethical in my book. The amount of things that are heavily RNG dependent. Even some MMOs that don't have as much RNG stacking. And aren't as grindy. Okay. All right. Next phase. Are we ready for it? Hard shocker. A shocker, what a shocker. Getting... oh no. See, this poison needs to get despawned. Because you get into a cutscene and the poison still damages you. And you can end up dying during the cutscene or during the credits. If you're in the poison wooting something while the cutscene happens. Maybe I become invulnerable, but I didn't want to find out. I didn't want to wait and find out if I take damage. I think I took some damage though. I want that defense. Okay, sockets. Let's go to my... actually, let's go to Echo Landing first and then to my fort. And time for another bite of sushi. Let's make it 2. And General Grey.
You can't cast that spell here.
I knew you had potential. You've saved countless lives, not only Imperial subjects, but innocent souls all over Nova Strea.
Nextrio says this would be the greatest PoE league ever with Harvest coming back and everything, but they completely ruined Summoner Necro, so he won't play. Well, I understand you. If they ruined your favorite class, it makes sense to not go back into it. Passerby is gonna play Phantasm Summoner so he can face Raw Uber Elder with 1020 chaos. Is that the most overpowered build right now? I don't even know what Phantasm Summoner means. I've not played Path of Exile much. Before, after launch. After launch, I think the time I spent in Path of Exile is, let me check, 300-400 hours. I've played a lot during the alpha, actually the close beta, it wasn't alpha, it was called close beta. So I've played during close beta, during open beta, and after that I didn't return until the Delph League, and I played the Delph League, the Betrayal League,
Your pet is hurting.
what was the other one, the next one? I played between Delph and Synthesis. I think it was Delph, then came Betrayal, then came another one which I forgot, and then came Synthesis. And Synthesis was the last league I played. And before that I had a long break since open beta. Let me check my Steam library. Steam library says 607 hours. And this is just on this account. So probably not another 200-300 hours, so definitely not much. Path of Exile time. So those 607 hours are most likely played in those 4 leagues I mentioned. So you can see how little I've played during those leagues. I've been quitting every league, rage quitting every league after like 2 weeks. I would just go drop all my items on the ground and exit so I don't return. So if I decide to return, I wouldn't have gear to make it much harder for me to return. That's how I've been quitting Path of Exile every time when I rage quit. But yeah, it's the type of game that makes me rage quit every time I play it. Every time. There hasn't been a single league that I've been playing the game where I wouldn't rage quit in week 2. I've never even fought Uber Elder and the other boss, I forgot its name. I've never even reached that far in the game to fight those bosses. I've actually quit long before reaching that type of strength on my hero. Never reached max level. The highest I've gotten was level 97. So there's that. Okay, I need to remove some more skill points, but do I have respectacles? I've got 1 respectacle. You didn't play for like 2 seasons, so it might have changed. Okay. You never hit 100 myself, you only make builds that require 95 tops. For me, there's something OCD that bugs me. If I can't be max level in a game easily, I just get bored and rage quit. It bugs me where I know the number can go to 100 and I cannot reach that number unless I play some broken build that's immortal. It bugs me where I can't play the build I want because the build I want is shit. I like games where every build you make would be strong and it just provides you different play style. Choosing the build shouldn't be choosing whether it's strong or not, it should be whether it fits your playstyle or not. The same way it's in Torchlight 3, yeah, some builds are weaker, some builds are stronger, but the weak builds can also do max level Fazir as long as you get the right items. And in Torchlight 3, picking a build is more about picking your playstyle, picking the flavor. It's not about picking the main dish, it's about picking the flavor of that dish. Kind of. Which is nice. I mean, let's put it that way. Regardless of what dish you pick, what build you pick, it's still gonna be delicious in Torchlight 3. Where in other games some builds are so bad that you can't even do the basic endgame content, let alone the highest endgame content. So I'm still to see a completely bad build in this game that can't do ridiculous Fazir. Yeah, some builds definitely require more patience, require you to play more defensively, to dodge more, and fights would take much longer because your damage is not gonna be higher. than another build, but it doesn't mean you can't do it. It doesn't mean you're walked out of the Fazier completely. If you get the right items, if you socket them the right way, you're still gonna do it, even with a bad build. Whereas with Path of Exile, that's completely the opposite. You really need the best builds out there. You really need to be selecting the meta passives, the meta actives, and stuff like that to be able to reach the bosses and to beat the bosses and to survive the bosses. In this game, every hero can be tanky and every hero can be a glass cannon, depending on how you gear up. I can make a tanky sharpshooter, I can make a tanky disc mage, even though they don't get much defensive abilities from their skills. They do have Curse of PP and Damnation, which make the enemies do less damage. And you can make a melee build with both heroes if you want, and that goes very well with those skills I mentioned. First weapon auto attack build, Disc Mage would be pretty memey. Well, I've made it. I've made those builds and they're not bad. To be honest, it works. It can work. Auto attack build, because again, on a Disc Mage, you're not only using one skill. This game is not the game where you're only using one skill. So even if you're making an auto attack build, you can still complement it with entropy. You can still complement it with... actually, I'm not on a Disc Mage. You can complement it with anything else on a cooldown. So yeah, you can use the basic auto attack. You can use the relic passive for the 50% extra damage. And then you can just complement it with things like consecration, like damnation, like... what should I call it? With... energy spike, entropy on cooldown with the item. I mean, there's other things you can implement into the build, and yeah, focus on basic attacks to proc. In fact, Electrode Disc Mage with basic attacks is super strong. The same way a Sharpshooter with basic attacks is strong. 60% attack speed. Every single hit means chances to proc Thunder Strike. That's not bad. All that build would need is for them to fix the basic attack bonuses. Once they fix the basic attack bonuses, that would be a pretty good build, to be honest. I would actually try it if they do it. Yeah, you can get the mitigation and you can proc things. See, every relic has something that they can proc with the basic auto attack, and fire and lightning relic kind of keep you to mid-range. If you go long range, you can't proc those things. So a Digitus fits very well with the Flaming Destroyer and with the Conjure Electrode auto attack relic skills. It fits very well with those because it's within range. And yeah, it's actually pretty nice to do a Digitus. But you don't have to do Digitus, you can just select a mace on an Electrode build and play with the mace with close range. But it's good that you're getting, from that basic attack, you're getting the damage reduction, and that's a huge boost, getting that damage reduction. And Michael asked if I'm on PS4. No, Michael, I am on PC. The basic attack bonus doesn't work. This one, I'm gonna try and show you which one. The one where it says bonus damage to basic attacks. The ones from the passives work. See, this one works. If I put points here, my basic attack will get stronger. But the ones that are on items, if they don't say bonus damage to pistols, bonus damage to swords, if it just says bonus damage to basic attacks, it doesn't increase the damage of your basic attack skill. And basic attack is a skill in this game. that you get while equipping a certain weapon. And since each weapon has a separate skill, there's different basic attacks in the game based on what weapon you've got that you unlock as a skill. And the basic attack does X% weapon damage, which is different for every weapon, and the base attack speed is also different for every weapon. So if you have extra bonuses that give you X% damage to basic attacks, they should increase the weapon damage of the skill. So I'm gonna try and show you. Let's find something that gives me damage to basic attacks. So I can show you how it's broken. Just a moment. That's attack speed. Attack speed actually goes up to 60%. Attack speed caps at 60%. What's basic attack damage? I'm looking for basic attack damage. Come on, there's gotta be something somewhere here. Pretty sure there is basic attack damage. See this one, let's use this one. It's a good example. But actually, I'd rather use an armor. Armor would be the better thing to use, because with the weapon, it's gonna be a little tricky to show you with the weapon. So I'd rather use an armor to demonstrate this. Is there no armor with basic attack damage bonus? I mean, I obviously wouldn't keep one. For the sake of this bonus damage to pistol basic attacks, this is the one that works. I want to show you how this works and how the one that's broken doesn't work. That's actually a pretty good thing to find. Bonus damage to basic attacks, perfect. So now let's pay attention. I'm gonna equip this weapon. You can see pistol basic attack. The pistol basic attack is, I think, at 90% weapon damage. It says 90% weapon damage. If I equip those gauntlets that give me 43%, this goes to 129% weapon damage. So the attack now is 603 crit. Or is that, oh no, 603 non-crit, 603 non-crit. If I change to the other gauntlets, this goes to 323 non-crit. And now back to the 603 crit. You can see this works, the bonus damage to pistol basic attacks. But now see this damage here, 52% damage to basic attacks doesn't actually work. Because look at that, it's only 90% weapon damage. If I equip a different pistol, it's still 90% damage. And that's what's broken right now. Basically, what's happening in the Unreal Engine, each skill has a blueprint, I guess. And on the blueprint of that affix, or of that skill, somewhere out there something is missing, a connection between the affix that says bonus damage to basic attacks. This one is not connected to the different basic attack skills. This one is connected. This one is connected to the right one. grabbit0191, welcome back, thank you for the follow. So see, this one is connected to the right one. The bonus damage to pistol basic attacks is connected to the blueprint of the basic attack pistol. That's why from 90% weapon damage it goes to 129% weapon damage. And since there's different skills, all those other skills for every other weapon, they need to get a connection to this affix, the bonus damage to basic attacks. When they fix this, you can see some amazingly strong basic attack builds, especially on Forged, which gets super strong damage from Steam for its basic attacks. So I can't wait for them to fix some of those things. When the time is right, I would be making such builds. Because I just really want to play with such builds. It's gonna be very fun. To explore basic attack setups. Okay, let's see if I've got some weapons I want to use. Let's put those back in the storage as well, by the way. Don't I have a strong weapon I can use? I think there was this one, sword. This one. Is it gonna be stronger than the one I've got from the last map? It hurts basic attacks built by a huge amount, but just imagine the possibilities of how fun those builds will be after they fix this. Yeah, for now basic attack builds are not something I can recommend to people. But they're still not terrible. Even now you can still use a basic attack build, it's just not gonna work the way it needs to. Man, I'm getting terrible luck with the enchanting. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's try again, one last try. Defense, okay, defense. Any skill points? Oh, I've got a skill point over here. So let's see if I've missed some comments. But yeah, sword and mace, in my opinion, are better for bow to attack build. Sword gives you decent damage with a spread, so you do AoE. Mace is amazing with that speed you get on a mace. Although sword is still fast, mace is faster, but mace only hits one enemy. But mace has 150% base weapon damage, so pretty decent for basic attack setups. And it goes well with the electrode. You can use mace on electrode, which is amazing. I'm gonna do goblins. The bow's problem is it's two-handed. That's the problem with the bow. It's two-handed. With all the sockets, even with the current system where we only have one socket on legendary stuff, you're still losing sockets, and the only thing you get is a little bit of extra damage on two-handed items, and you get extra crit chance. But crit chance you can max out without a two-handed easily. Right now, I think the good thing about bow basic attacks is this. 50% damage, and this exploding with 50% weapon damage with the tier 3 bonus. Once they fix this, I will make a basic attack build. But the problem is, if I make a bow basic attack build, it's probably gonna be cold hard, because I mean, I can make it with staffing up on a summoner, it's not gonna be bad, but if you make it with electrode or flaming destroyer, it keeps you close range, so it's pretty much pointless to use a bow on a basic attack build with flaming destroyer or electrode, because, well, they're keeping you close range. They're keeping you so close where it feels like you're not using a bow because of the range of the procs. They are very close range procs. Sky was accidentally scratching my green screen. I was very disappointed when I went to do a flaming destroyer build with basic attacks, with explosive arrow and with giant swings and the bonus from scatter shot. I didn't expect it to be this close range, and when I saw the range I was like, okay, change of plans, we are not using basic attacks. I was hyped to make that build and to just wait for them to fix the damage affixes, And I think Cold Heart is the only thing right now that has a nice range on its proc. Because with the Blood Drinker you get spinning blades around you. Obviously you would want to use a sword for that, not a bow, because you're still gonna have to be close range. With the Electrode it keeps you close to mid range, with Flaming Destroy it keeps you close to mid range, and you can get summons on the Bane, so maybe Cold Heart and Bane, the two things, but the one on the Cold Heart is the most underwhelming proc. Probably more underwhelming than the staffs from the Bane. So, yeah. You can still use the passive for the damage, but not rely on the proc. If you make a basic attack build with bows, you really shouldn't rely on that proc from the relic skill, unless you stay close range. But then you might as well just use... if you're using two-handed, you might as well just use the two-handed greatsword. But the good thing about the bow is you can get so much damage. You can get that extra damage to basic attacks from scatter shot, and no other hero gets this extra damage. But you can just do it with a rifle, and you can do it with a pistol. You can do it with a pistol, but with the pistol you can't trigger this, but with the pistol and rifle you can trigger the tier 2 bonus. So let's say you go on the Cold Heart and you make a basic attack build with a pistol and a shield. Maybe use the infectious shooter if you get a good infectious shooter. So you save yourself a SWAT. You can still benefit from this 50%, stack it with the 50% from Warch Boars, I think was the name of the Cold Heart passive. And stack some extra damage to pistol or regular basic attacks when they fix the regular ones. And it could be interesting. Pistol has very good attack speed. If you stack some attack speed to get it to 60%, it goes even better. I can't say I'm a fan of this limitation of only being able to use this with the class specific or the weapon that it tells you. Not a fan of this lack of freedom. So if you're using this relic, you better use this weapon or that weapon, otherwise you can't trigger the attack. It's very limiting, and especially when you play Forged. Forged doesn't have a class weapon, so he's stuck to using the weapon the game tells them. It just feels wrong. They should remove that limit and just let you use any weapon. And just have a different effect. That being the only thing that makes the skills different, the effect that you trigger. Because it feels super wrong with that synergy. Come on, come on. Goblin dinners. Need 2 more. Did I miss some goblin dinners on the way? I'm gonna go all the way to the end of the map and then go back if needed. Any idea what qualifies as a melee skill for Sharpshooter that procs skittering legs? Wait, what do you mean skittering? Oh, melee skill is anything that hits in melee. For Sharpshooter that's basic attacks. Sharpshooter's only melee skill is a basic attack with a sword, greatsword and mace. You can't proc it on anything else on a Sharpshooter. It's weird that they made it that way with that with the skittering legs. But it also makes sense, combining skittering legs with skittering shoulders and standing in that field and making sort of a melee build could work. It could work. Oh, staff also counts as melee. I totally forgot about staffs being a melee weapon. So staff, sword, great sword, and mace. Those basic attacks. But the sharpshooter doesn't have melee skills.
You can't cast that.
Fire starter, alright.
That spell cannot be cast.
Oh, I'm using anchored. No wonder I can't teleport. I was wondering what's happening. I was trying to teleport up there to save myself this walking time. Now let's see. Xilis or Hilis says, what skill does make explosion with the poison projectile? What do you mean? Do you mean this one? This skill? This is Scout's Bones. Scout's Bones with the infectious shooter. You need this item. This item. You have to equip it or put it in the legendarium. That is the skill. And with revolt tier 3, you can have 2 charges of revolt, meaning you can do this and then revolt and do this and revolt and do this. Okay, let's find some more goblin dinners. Goblins gotta eat. Let's find some human meat.
You can't cast that spell here.
By the way, there might be some here, but I don't think there are. Just in case, we gotta check. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Think I should start playing with the Goblin Legion, but I really wanna get the Ancient Ember boots before I start playing with Goblin Legion. I've got level 60 Ancient Ember boots, 2 pairs. One of the pairs I can put on this hero, and then that means I can empty room for the Rifle of Leadership. But yeah, I'm gonna sacrifice ghouls and play with the Goblin Legion. See how that goes for me. But yeah, with the way the adventurer skill system works right now, it's super boring. Most of the time I don't even get my extra goblins because I immediately use another adventurer skill and then I lose the bonus. And as I mentioned earlier, it's gonna be much more fun to play Sharpshooter if they allow us to stack whatever stacks we have left of one adventurer bonus with another. Overriding one adventurer bonus with another is just a boring system right now. It's gonna be so much more fun when you can stack different bonuses and just use the rotation in such a way where you're using the adventurer skills first, and then once you've used 3 or 4 adventurer skills, then you start shooting precision to use up all those different stacks of adventurer bonuses that you get. Instead of using one adventurer skill, then using 3 precision, then another adventurer 3 precision, this is the more boring way of playing it. I would much rather be able to stack the Goblin Legion bonus with the Ego bonus, with the Ghost Visage bonus, and then once I've done those, then start shooting my precision skills. Right now I'm losing stuff due to the way it works, and it's not fun. But I've never liked that mechanic, to be honest. But at least it doesn't feel that bad when you lose. When I lose 2-3 goblins, I don't feel bad. When I lose the ego projectiles, I don't feel bad. Losing the crit chance, it's fine. If you have enough crit chance, this doesn't get you over 40% crit chance anyways. So yeah, I can get 60% crit chance, but it's still gonna be capped at 40. So pointless. It's not like I can get it to 100% crit chance until they change that system to work in a different way. When they change it, it's gonna be nice. When they make it so that you can go over 40% crit chance with certain skills, it's gonna be nice. And they were saying that they're thinking of doing that, and they said that 3 months ago. Yet they couldn't fix it. That's why they changed. Tier 3 Snowstorm, because probably they couldn't make it go over 40% crit chance over the cap. And that's why they probably didn't fix the shrine that's supposed to give us 100% crit chance, but it doesn't right now. So I'm assuming that Ghost Visage and the crit chance we get from it doesn't go over 40% total crit chance for those skills. By the way, while it's loading, I'm gonna eat some more sushi, so just a moment. No, this one's gonna fall apart. Okay, there we go. Well, I gotta get rid of this. And this. And this. Explosive arrow damage. I need gold, so I'm gonna sell some stuff. I will lose the set bonus if I take this, but the thing is, I probably have some legs I can equip in one of the storages. See, it's not letting me compare. This is kind of broken. I can't compare. Can equip this. What's here? 49. Oh, this is better. This is better. What's the gauntlet? 44. I want the duration for Poison Nova, so I'm gonna keep that one. Until I get Imbue Relic to 30-second cooldown, I need that duration to Poison Nova. So now I can remove this and get damage to Shasta and Explosive Arrow, and I can get extra sockets. Extra defense. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of things in this game that you have to test yourself or dig deep into certain things. I mean, I try to make content for everything I think people might need, but there's only so much content I can make per week or per month. And since I'm not only making content for this game, I make for other games. There's definitely a lot of things that I still have on my to-do list. Still no respectacles. Can we get a respectacle? Come on, one respectacle. There we go. There we go. Spectacle here. Now I can remove this point. So I've got 2 points. Which should I go for Goblin Legion? Eventually I'm gonna go maybe for the little spiderlings. Or maybe for this, we'll see. Okay, let's Let's move. And Patrick says, did they do another wipe or something? I just tried to walk back in after a month or two and all my multiplayer characters were gone. They haven't done any wipes. Are you sure you're clicking on multiplayer, not single player? And are you sure that that you didn't play on single player before? The last wipe was when the game launched. Actually, it was when they reworked the relics, not when the game launched, but when they reworked the relics. Or something like that. I can't remember if they wiped before launch or not. Most likely they didn't wipe on launch. I think the last wipe was when they added the relic subclass in August. Since then, I don't think they've done any more wipes. If your multiplayer guys are gone and you're sure that you had multiplayer guys, you might want to make a ticket in Note for that, or email feedback@ector.net with your account so they can investigate, see what could have happened. What do you mean by dungeon rework? If it was after August, then you've played after the final wipe. You said before the dungeon rework. I'm not sure. If you had single player heroes, then you have played after launch, because they added single player on launch. If you have single player heroes, then it's definitely then you've played after October. October is when the game launched, and that's when they enabled single player. You wouldn't have been able to access single player offline mode without before the launch. It was locked. So you definitely played after October. If October 13th, that's when the game launched. I can't remove this for now. And Michael said, thanks for testing. I already read that. Okay.
I did not see that coming. Wow, that's some dungeons right there. Boy, that brings...
Bit by bit, getting those levels, getting that XP. And bit by bit, eating that sushi here. Come on, load up. I really need to get a Glacier's Edge or a North Mace so I can get more spammy with Sword of the Lost Legion. My goblins and skeletons coming my way. am I doing? 42% Netherine cute. Come on, come on. Okay, there we go. There we go. It's a Gearwalkie map, so maybe something good's gonna drop in this one. Not guaranteed, but who knows. I've noticed that I get a lot more drops before I hit level 60. So on the maps that are under level 60, I get much more legendary drops. And while leveling, obviously, since I'm under level 60, I get a lot more legendaries than after I reach the level 60 monsters. The problem is certain items only drop after level 60, like the Moat and Reach, which I still haven't gotten, but I haven't played this match in a while, since I finished farming for that Electrode Disc match. Although I still couldn't finish because I couldn't get that Moat and Reach to drop, but when I do get back to Disc Mages, hopefully it ends up dropping, so I can finally make a build with it again. It's been a long time since my last Moat and Reach build, which was on the test server. Speaking of test servers, they're probably gonna open up the test server again when they're close to the next big patch, if there's something major that they need tested. I'm looking forward to that. I love playing on the test server. When there's things to test and they give us the ability to skip the leveling and just give us some extra items that we can test, some new items from an NPC. It's nice. It's nice that they're doing it in such a way. See, now I have to make sure that my summons reach the boss before they can start doing damage, and I can't tell them, hey, attack the boss, ignore the little guys. I have to just clear the little guys and then they start doing damage when they're next to the boss and everyone's hitting it. So maybe it would be a good move to save Call of the Legion, for when the minions are dead, the enemy minions, when it's just the boss, and then I can make sure that I'm using it to the best I can, and that all the damage is going where it needs to. Another bite. Ooh. Now it's just the wasabi left at the bottom of my soy sauce, where I put a little bit of wasabi to mix with it. Now those bites have a kick. Okay, boots. I think I can change my boots. Wait, I've got duration here and here. Oh no, that's Poison Nova. So this is the one I need, not this. Okay, I wish I could get this defense without sacrificing duration for miasma. For now it's not important, but later it will be. I would need a lot more defense later. Boom room, think close up corked. I like this. Extra movement skill charges. Just checking if I missed some chat messages. Let's see, what's the time? 8:43. We've got some time left. We've got like a little less than 2 hours more. So for that time I can probably reach 53, 54. Tomorrow my stream's gonna be again kind of late in the evening or early evening, because I need to do some editing on another project that's not gaming related. Kind of an interesting project to do with what I've been given to work with. But it's a challenge, it's an interesting challenge, that project. Let's see. Come on, come on. Nice, and if I had Herman's masterwork it would have been very fun, but I can't fit the Rifle of Leadership with the Infectious Shooter and the Herman masterwork and the Sword of the Lost Legion, so I'm gonna sacrifice Herman's masterwork and just focus more on the summoning side of things and the proccing side of things. I mean, for me this one is more valuable than the masterwork bow, because I want to make that summoning build, and this one's bonus projectiles is more valuable because there's just so much procs coming out of that one. It's just it's okay, it's decent. And since I'm stacking this, it kind of can get procced from each of those projectiles. I just need a weapon that gives me chance to poison, basic chance to poison, or a shield that gives me chance to poison in the socket. That's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my level 60 frost walls and make one of them socketed with chance to poison. I'm loving this Sword of the Lost Legion working with Frostwall now. So happy that they fixed this right on time. I mean, right on time when I'm using Bane. And this can go down to 30 seconds, and when they fix Sacrifice to Goose to give me extra 10% cooldown, this will go down to 24 seconds on a 20-second duration, meaning only 4 seconds downtime. So hopefully with the next patch they fix this. Hopefully they fix the Sharpshooter, Forged and Realm Master passive to work the same way they did with the Dusk Mage, to give you damage reduction to anything. No, not damage reduction, cooldown reduction to anything, not just the class specific skills. I think it would be fun to do a Dusk Mage Blood Summoner. That's actually one of the weird builds I wanna try sometime. A Blood Mage Summoner where I'm basically using, on that build I would be using Holy Fury, summons like Call of the Legion. I would be using Spirit Well, and I would be using Consecration with the healing, and I would be using Holy Fury with the healing, and I would be healing my summons. I would be using Bloodseekers to constantly heal, and Consecration and Holy Fury, a lot of healing, and maybe even include Living Barrier for extra healing and damage reduction, so I can face tank. That's gonna be an interesting setup, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be the next thing I level up, because I haven't been on a Realm Master in a long time. So an Electrode Realm Master is probably gonna be the next thing I level up, most likely. We'll see. We'll see. There's many ways to do certain things. But if anyone needs ideas for a weird build, that Blood Summoner would be a fun one to try. If one has the items for it. Oh, finally, all three of those in the one place. In the same place. Actually no, one of the Goblin Dinners wasn't here. Could it be at the bottom of the map, or do I need to go back? Yeah, I'm gonna need to go back. At least there's a lot of density, so good XP here. It's probably somewhere over here. No, it's not here. Then where is that Goblin Dinner? Wow, look at where it was. Alright, there we go. So this is gonna go away. Still haven't found a better weapon, to be honest. Kind of disappointing. Also hoping to find a good musketeer rope soon. Come on. I've got some for like level 50 something. I still haven't found a level 60 musketeer rope. So even on my other sharpshooter I wasn't using one. But I think I've got one like level 51, 52, something like that out there. I'm just not sure where I put it. What do you mean not yours? I'm on a sharpshooter. Oh, Ghost Visage makes you not be sharpshooter? Or maybe that's a bug? 45. Oh, okay. Still better than mine. Oh no, it's not better. No regular defense, only electric defense. But 2500 HP. That's like... So it's not a bad amount if I have 17,000. Let's see, where could this be? It should be somewhere over here. Or maybe over here. 42, no. Yeah, maybe it's here. Let's look for that rope. There should be a musketeer rope somewhere. That's 15. Definitely not the one. I don't need this one. And here. Okay. 36, 28. I would have been wearing this if I didn't need the set bonus. And I'm looking at the screenshot, at the icons, and I don't see it. I don't see a musketeer rope. So it might be in my other sharpshooter somewhere in its inventory. Well, let's just go. Hopefully it drops a rope soon.
You're up to the challenge?
Which one do we do? Let's do this one. Kinda need to stretch a bit. Come on, load up. Come on, come on. Come on. Spawn more, spawn more. The faster I clear this map, the faster I go to the next one. Although they're already 3 levels higher than me. 48, okay, soon 49, and they're 51. And I really avoid fighting more than 3 levels higher than me. That's my limit when leveling. If I go to enemies that are 4 levels higher than me, they drop potions that I can't use. Which clusters up my inventory, and it's just a huge difference in the HP and damage. XQC hacked Twitch Pink TV. Interesting interesting nickname. Thank you very much for the follow, XQC. Welcome to the Struck Club, to you. Appreciate the follow. Come on. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Who did this much damage to me? Was that a poison ball? Normally I don't see those poison balls sometimes in the midst of combat until they explode next to me. Musketeer Pauldrons, okay. And now maybe I can do a switch. Musketeer Pauldrons. If I lose damage to explosive arrow, that's fine. I'm getting a lot of defense and a socket, and if I equip this and slot this in the Legendarium, I have to remove... Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna remove. But see, this one is nice. I can get extra defense. When I level up, I prioritize defense. Because I don't need as much damage on normal. I'm not playing on ridiculous when leveling, so even though if my damage is bad, it's not gonna hurt me this much. But I can still die easy. If I go in with paper defenses, which right now I'm kind of okay. 42% while leveling is not bad, but sometimes I have to level up with under 20% physical, which is like silly bad, even for normal. Need a big bunch of Netherim. There isn't good density in this map, mostly because it's Netherim, I guess. Wasting my life on games says hello Struck, awesome content on Twitter about Torchlight 3 builds. How is it going so far with your current build? With this current build so far, it's kind of incomplete. I'm kind of still testing the waters on certain combinations. When I reach level 60 and I start playing on ridiculous, that's when I'm gonna know if my idea will work out or not. If you've noticed, my latest builds have all included Imbue Relic, and they've included the Frost Wall and the North Maze or the Glacier's Edge, that Arctic Armament set, so I can spam Imbue Relic. And with this build I want to take advantage of Call the Legion and get the cooldown down to 30 seconds and combine that with the goblins and with the spiders from Miasma, and with this I can keep Miasma up and keep those 6 spiders there. So that's how I'm gonna do this, and I'm taking advantage of the fixed reward tier 3. Actually, not the fixed reward here, the fixed reward working on Scout's Bones, because it didn't used to work with it before. So I'm kind of doing semi-proc monster summoner build. Kind of half proc monster, half summoner, I guess. There's only one proc though. There's only this one proc. So it's not like a massive proc monster setup and it doesn't do much damage. But it's still a proc, and I still can trigger it a lot with Scout's Bones. I just need chance to poison in my gear. Right now I don't have any chance to poison. Other than Miasma and nearby enemies, but I don't rely on enemies being next to me. It says poison mist, but does it actually do poison to nearby enemies? Does it give them the poison debuff? Or does it just do the damage every few seconds? That remains to be seen, I guess. This poisons though. This poisons, and this can cause them to trigger this. But only relying on one source of chance to poison is not good enough for me. I need a second source of chance to poison. So I'm probably gonna put it on a shield as an affix. As a socketed affix. Miasma applies the debuff. That's interesting. I didn't know it applies the debuff. I haven't experimented much with it though. So that means Miasma, but again, I don't rely on enemies being next to me. I'd ideally stay away from the fight and just spam things from afar. I'd rather do it that way. Ah, shit. I was just about to dodge. Fuck this bullshit. I hate this endgame content. Can't wait for them to add something to replace the Fazir as endgame activity for me. I would not step in the Fazir as soon as they add more endgame. As I said, I hate losing progress, and the Fazir is the best place to lose progress in this game. Wait, there's something stuck to the bottom of my monitor. What is it? It looks like something that gets stuck at the bottom to prevent it from slipping. So I need to reattach it later. It's the... How is my camera now that I moved my monitor? I think it's fine. Okay. Yeah. Well, now I don't need to run mapworks. I was just about to start doing mapworks because the content was out leveling me. That's how you get one shot with shitty defense, though. Even on normal, you can get one shot very easy. As you saw. Let's soak it first. Nice, first try. Should I try again? I'm gonna save my gold for now. And let's have a look at what maps we get. Pretty bad ones, to be honest. There's no gauntlet map. Can't wait for them to give me a gauntlet map. Cursed Relic doesn't really affect me much. But yeah, all poison that comes from skills shows up as a separate stack. Separate single stack. That's how it is. The same goes for Scout's Bones, for the poison from Spectrospire, from what's its name? The Venomous Maw skill. That's the one. Just a moment, I'm gonna eat another roll. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't fall apart. Yeah, they don't stack. As far as I know, they don't stack, the skill ones. I think the only one that's a chance to poison from a weapon or a shield or a focus item is the one that stacks. Unless the one from Venomous Maw stacks and the one from the rat. I've not done much testing on that because I don't rely on damage over time as damage in this game. I rely on it just to help me proc things. Scout's Bone stacks twice. I need to test it on the dummy. The one from weapons definitely stacks 3 times. From weapons and shields and offhands focus items, that stacks 3 times for sure. But as long as it gives me 1 stack, that's enough for me. 1 stack is all I need, so I can trigger a spread of death. The very first version of Bane actually only had spread of death. Bane version 1.0 had only spread of death, and it was a weapon that you equip. In your inventory you had a separate slot for the relic, and when you activate it, the only thing that it gave you was the spread of death thing, and that was it. It switched your weapon to staff, regardless what you were wearing. It immediately switched it to a staff, and then when you were using that one, you were attacking, you were triggering those things when you were using basic attacks with it. It was kind of weird, but yeah, good old alpha relics. That's how they worked. Okay, I'm gonna eat that final row here I've got. Just a moment. Let's dip it. Now I'm done with the rows, only the ginger is left. Oh, come on, spawn, spawn. Let's see. If it stacks, I don't get more proc chance. Because you probably are not understanding what I mean by proc. I mean spread of death. Spread of death. I need the enemy to be poisoned. That's the only rule. The only rule is for the enemy to be poisoned. And then when I use Scout's Bones, every single projectile, as long as it hits a poisoned enemy, can trigger this. And yeah, damage over time can also trigger it. Damage over time procs, but that's a different thing. Damage over time ticks though. I don't call them procs, I call them ticks, because procs cannot trigger procs. And you're saying that this doesn't trigger the proc, because I guess the ticks are considered procs maybe. See, this cannot trigger. This thing damage over time cannot trigger, at least this type of damage over time cannot trigger the proc. I can try it with a different one. Do I have a chance to poison weapon with me to test it? I need a weapon with chance to poison just for a quick test. Come on, give me one weapon with chance to poison. Any weapon with chance to poison. It's not gonna give me a chance to poison a weapon now. This one. Let's just equip it. Let's apply poison. And let's... oh, no. See, it's not triggering. But if I keep attacking, my basic attack should be able to trigger it. But maybe it's broken. Could it be that the passive is just broken? Huh. Oh, that's when I kill an enemy or when I critically hit. That's why it's not working as often, because it needs to critically hit. I mean, I can kill the enemy, but not a dummy, obviously. But this thing that relies on critically hitting, I can't proc it as often because I don't crit as often now. This is not proccing. I think the chance on crit is not proccing. I know it's only 5% chance, but I should have seen it proc at least once from those Scout's Bones things. And this damage doesn't seem to be critting. The miasma damage, it's either not critting at all, or I'm just super unlucky with my crits. I obviously don't have good crit chance. 20%, max is 40, so I still should be seeing some crits and I'm not seeing crits, so this cannot crit. So some good science here, some good science, good to know. Miasma not critting is kind of bad, it should be able to crit. Everything should be able to crit. If it's my type of damage, it should crit. Damage over time or not, it should be able to crit. So that's probably broken. I hope it's not intended, because it's gonna be very disappointing if you can't crit with a certain skill, be it damage over time or not. You're saying that dummies are bugged and shock bolts don't spawn on them either. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to test it on something else then. But I've seen triggers. I've seen triggers like lightning strike triggers. Lightning strike does trigger and proc. So is it just the shock bolts and those projectiles on the dummies that you don't see visually? Because I just saw that thing triggering. Let's try it again. I'm gonna try and poison an enemy. See, when they die, it definitely triggers. I just saw it triggering again. So it definitely does work. So this enemy, perfect chance to test it. Okay, let's switch back to Explosive Arrow. Canestorm says, hey yo, how you doing, my man? Hey yo, Canestorm, welcome back, Kane. We're doing fine. We're having some science related stuff. We are testing certain things. But yeah, I can see those triggering. Obviously not all the time, but I do see those spread of death things triggering. So the skill doesn't seem broken. I guess it's really just the dummies. Let's see. But yeah, Scout's Bones is amazing. It has so many things that can trigger. It just makes it hard to see if it triggers, because all the projectiles make it hard to see which one is the Scout's Bones, which one isn't. So let's say I temporarily remove this, just temporarily. Just so I can test. Now if we see those, see, it's triggering. It's definitely triggering. And yeah, those poison projectiles are spread of death. And I saw it triggering like 3-4 times just now on those 3 enemies. And it procced a what? It actually procced much more than I expected. Obviously when they die, 20% chance is pretty nice. But the one on crit is the one that doesn't proc as much, and that's understandable. How I freeze in midair. Sorry, I need to drink. Okay, there we go. I can breathe now. I can breathe. %5 chance on crit and an on-kill proc that deals abysmal damage. It is worth the points for extra damage. Where else am I gonna put the points for this build? I mean, where else do I need to put my points? There isn't much to do in this relic. There aren't that many passives on this relic that I can get. And the thing is, for clearing trash mobs, it's pretty good. You just get that chain proc explosion, and it's pretty decent. It's definitely something that I don't rely on this thing on bosses, but it's pretty decent in regards to triggering it when clearing trash mobs. Because yeah, I mean, eventually I'm gonna max this one out. And then I might put points here, bonus damage to relic skills. Or this one for heals. I mean, there's not many places where I can put my points. I've got 10 more points left, so for 10 more points I can get the extra spiderlings. That's 5 points, and that's 5 points. Or I can put 5 points here. I don't need this, so 5 points here, 5 points here. Okay, fair enough, but let's say I put... let's say I put 2 more points here, and then I put maybe 5 points here, and then 3 points here. Although this extra minion damage, yeah, it does help, not by much, but it's still 25% extra, up to 25. It depends if I keep Spread of Death maxed out or not. Yeah, White Vault's Cave Breaker was something that I used to use a lot before. Because White Vault's Cave Breaker used to use White Vault's skill, which used to do 100% weapon damage instead of 30, and it could trigger other procs. It could you could hit with the rock, and the rock would trigger lightning strike, and that would be amazing. But they fixed it. I reported it in one of the Mayhem Mondays to Michael, and he immediately went and checked it. And he said, oh yeah, it had the wrong skill attached to it. He said it had the White Vault skill instead of the skill designed for the item. And that's why it was not... doing the damage it was supposed to, and was doing more than triple. It was doing 100% instead of 30% weapon damage. And that's why it was not considered as a proc, but rather a skill, and triggering other things. It's not broken. Procs are not supposed to trigger other procs. Procs shouldn't trigger other procs, so yeah. Once on stream I spent a lot of time testing the damage on that passive to figure out how much damage it does, and I found out it does more than my 90% pistol basic attack. which led me to believe it does 100% damage instead of 30, and then yeah, I went on that Mayhem Monday and reported it to figure out whether that's the case. If procs procced procs, yeah, it was crazy. You used to be able to get shock bolts proccing other shock bolts. And when we didn't have a limit on the shock bolts and we could get chain shock bolting, it was crazy. And that was the first time they added shock bolts as a mechanic, as a thing, when the electrode was first introduced, I think, or when Act 3, I can't remember when they did it, with Act 3 or with the electrode, or maybe it was in the same time. But yeah, you would trigger a shock bolt by shocking an enemy, and then that shock bolt would hit another enemy that's shocked and trigger another shock bolt, and it would be a chain, and the performance would drop so much with this. And since we had no limit, some people could get crazy shock bolt from stats and things. Crazy numbers of shock bolts, additional shock bolts. Then they limited it, so we have a limit on those. But Cave Breaker is decent for clearing trash mobs. A little bit of extra 30% weapon damage every now and then. It's actually pretty okay. What are we doing here? We're at level 50 enemies. Level 50 enemies, and I'm level what, 50 or 51? Let's see if I missed any message. Oh, Kane asked, is this a fun class? Well, Sharpshooter can be a fun class. It depends how you play her, but and it depends what a person considers fun. Some people like summons, others like just spamming skills, the precision skills and things like that. A little bit of ginger. So yeah, it depends what people consider fun. It can be fun in many different ways. Maybe that's a good way to put it. You can get a lot of different types of fun with Sharpshooter as a class. Let's send the pet for potions and dismantle some recipes.
Your pet has arrived.
The pet's back.
What will it be?
I don't like either of those. I'm probably gonna do another one of those here. Well, we have to do this one. I'm trying to optimize the leveling up, and if there was a gauntlet map, I would have gone into it, but it's not giving me gauntlet. It's giving me shitty automatons and Netherim, and that's not good for the density and for the XP per minute, per XP per hour that you can get. I'm trying to go into goblin maps, as much as possible into goblin maps. And if I get dividing or what's its name? Gauntlet or dividing, those are the maps I like for leveling up. Gauntlet goblins, dividing goblins maps, pretty good to level up on. Right, there we go. More goblins spawning. Come on, come on. But yeah, if procs could trigger procs, you would see some crazy stuff with the electrode and lightning strikes, or with the flaming destroyer and falling swords and falling fireballs and magma bursts and things like that. So yeah, definitely it's there for a reason, that limitation. It would also cause severe hiccups with the performance if it didn't exist, that limit. Come on, come on. Scaly men, an army of scaly men. And goblins and spiders. Come on, come on. By the way, Kane mentioned my Twitter stuff, my Twitter videos. Was it Kane or who mentioned it? I think it wasn't Kane. I think it was wasting my life on games. He mentioned that, so I forgot to tell that. But yeah, I'm actually see those videos that you're seeing me post as a little teaser. The teaser videos I post on my Twitter page and Facebook and on Discord when I upload the videos in the Discord channel. Those little intros to each build. I decided to copy paste what the developers made for their own builds. There were builds made by Maiko, one of the game designers, and they were doing something like that, like the ones I do, to promote that. And I decided, okay, let's do the same for my own builds. And I just decided to replicate it as close as possible to the original as I can. And I decided to just keep it as a tradition, because it's a good idea to do something like this for social media when uploading the builds, to give people an idea within like 10, 15, 20 seconds of that little intro, what they might expect from the build. It's definitely something that I felt it's fine if I just copy paste their stuff, and it's not copy pasting. I replicated it from scratch. I took some of the game assets that they've shared in the fan kit and just use them in a way that makes it look similar to what they've achieved. I couldn't find the thing they used. See, when in that corner here, there's always this thing where it reveals the name of the build, and they used something like, looks like brackets, like a bracket, you know, the typical bracket, like this, and with a little bit of a edge at the end. And I couldn't find this thing, so I used something different, and I added slightly different animation to the text, how it appears. I made it appear like this instead of this. So there's two that appear and they just go far from each other, and then they appear on the side. Because I used ones that would fit such an animation, but the rest of the stuff I try to replicate as much as I can. The one where it shows the relic, the one where it shows the quas, I had to Photoshop though. I kind of Photoshop some things. Like, for example, a very good example would be what I did for the Sharpshooter the other day. Where did it go? Screens, Torchlight, Sharpshooter builds, Combustive 2.0. So, for example, I had to take... where is it? Torchlight 3 rows, Fankit, game content, classes. So I had to take... just a moment, I need to share this image. I had to take this image and also this image. And from those two images, I kind of made this image. Kind of looks weird. You can see here I've used smudge. So it definitely looks a little bit weird, but I kind of wanted to fit to show that it can be both genders. It's not just a male or just a female option. And since it's a little bit smaller, yeah, it's not that bad. But definitely this is the originals. Thankfully for the Forge, I don't have to do this because the Forge, it's a Forge, it's a robot. It only has one icon. But in the video this shows up for like a second. Nobody pays attention that oh, he used this thing, he smudged it. But yeah, let's check what's here. Let's check this.
Your pack is too heavy.
Oh, Sky, did you wake up? Sky woke up. He's going back to sleep, probably. Rifle of Leadership. Oh, that's an interesting one. So much skill levels. I'm still trying to find better boots with duration for my asthma. I'm not gonna need the duration once I get the second piece of this set, which could be a sword or a mace. I have for level 60 the whole set, but that means until level 57 I'm stuck to not using it. Wait, do I have one of those? I think I do. Kainstorm says, have been playing Torchlight 2 modded for the past few days again, maxing out his Necromancer in full tier 1.5 gear. You forgot how fun Torchlight 2 was. Well, glad you're enjoying the game again. Especially with the mods, there's so much stuff there to do. For people who haven't played it, I strongly suggest you test it. Especially with mods. With mods, it's definitely so much to explore. The base game's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's great. It's not super good, but it's definitely a very good game. Just not like top tier without the mods. But with the mods, it's on a different level. The amount of things you can do in Torchlight 2. And there have been 2 times that Torchlight 2 was free on the Epic Store. During those holidays and I think a year ago, one of the weeks it was the free game on the Epic Store. The thing is, I don't know if the mods work on the Epic version. Gauntlet. Nice. So on the Steam version, the mods work because they're from the Steam Workshop. If someone has tried running the Epic version with the Steam mods, and if it works, do let us know. Would be good to know if that's doable. So a gauntlet map, but unfortunately with automatons. So we're not gonna see as much density and XP per hour as one might hope. I'm not sure I'm gonna spend much time on this map. Normally if it was a goblins or just a high-wit map, I would be just constantly running back and forth between 2-3 spawns to get that XP, but again, there aren't that many enemies, so there's not gonna be that much XP we get. Even though it's a gauntlet map, I'm probably just gonna do it and finish it without sticking any longer than I need to. You think that the Torchlight 3 team should take some inspiration from the Synergies mod? Well, I'm pretty sure they've played that mod. At least some of the devs should have played it, for sure. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the things might be inspired from there. Obviously they're trying to make their own thing. With this game they're trying to make things differently than they've done before. So a lot of the things are so different from Torchlight 1 and 2, from Diablo 1 and 2. And I commend them for trying to do things differently instead of copy-pasting what they've done, but the Synergies mod was not... it was a mod, it was not the base game, so definitely fits the bill into testing new things that they haven't done. Which things are you referring to? Which specific things from the Synergies mod do you think could use some sort of adaptation to this game? Which part of the Synergies mod do you think could be adapted in a way to fit this game? Commercially, Torchlight 3, yeah, it didn't have the success it needed to have. But I wouldn't call it like a massive fail. Yeah, it definitely didn't, because it was a small studio. I'm not sure how much of the money spent on development they've made back. And whether they broke even or not with the sales so far, I can't tell you that. To say whether it really was a fail or not. But it definitely didn't attract the attention, the audience that it should have attracted. It didn't attract as many people. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't. I'm pretty sure this bonus crit chance shouldn't go past the 40%. I think at the moment there isn't anything that goes past that 40% apart from swag shot. Every fourth shot critically hitting. And maybe that's good news. Maybe if they manage to get swag shot working, maybe they can make other things go past that limit. They can maybe apply the same logic to other things. I mean, if this game was as popular as Diablo 3 or Path of Exile, I would have loved it. Me as a content creator for the game, that would have meant great news for me, because that would mean a lot of people would be showing interest in my content. And that would have been amazing, and for the devs it would have been amazing as well. So as a gamer, not a content creator, as a gamer, it would mean more people to play with, it would mean more people supporting the game, more funds for development, maybe even enough money to expand the team and hire people to work on new things, while the other members of the team work on whatever they're working until now. Obviously growing would have been nice, but the game for me, it's definitely not a game I would call a fail, because it's providing with so much fun and I can enjoy it so much more than some of the other games in the genre out there. But again, my taste is a little specific niche taste. I definitely don't enjoy this content I'm running right now, the Fazier's Dungeon. And since that's the only endgame content, that's the one thing I don't like of what right now. And there are so many things in the game that need to be improved, such as the enchanting system, such as the endgame activities need to be expanded. As I mentioned, the enchanting system getting improved to give us ways to reroll the affixes on an item would be amazing. The pet system needs some more changes, such as force attack, force move button for pets and minions. That's not a skill, but a separate button that we can keybind. At least on PC it would be nice to have that. And then what else? It needs defensive, offensive, and neutral stance for our pet. I think the potion system is terrible in this game. It's one of the worst potion systems. Find potions as drops and buy potions. It couldn't be any more boring than this. Than potions as drops in the game and potions you can buy from a shop. And only 3 different potions, so there's not much variety in the potions we can use. It would be much better if it changes to a healing skill system and to allow you to just pick a healing skill that's on a cooldown. And it would definitely eliminate the need of having potion work as a thing in the game, which would mean less pollution in the wood affixes. Right now the wood affixes are so diluted, or maybe let's say polluted with boring bad affixes like health regen, like gear work, not gear work, like gold work. I mean, not gear work. Gear work is nice. Gold work, like potion work. I definitely try to stay away from potion work, from gold work, and from health regen in my items. And it's just bad that potion work even exists as a thing in the game. In the game. Oh, big boy, let's get it. Should I kill some more? Let's not get in there right away. Let's get some more XP. Come on, come on. You're saying if you aren't using chalice, pots are usually the only way to regain life for a good amount? What do you mean chalice? Do you mean the... do you mean the blood drinker? Yeah, if you're not running blood drinker, there isn't much more other than pots to regain. And right now, basically, they might as well just call them a healing skill and just give us more diversity on those. And you can get 80% cooldown reduction for the potions from the Winter Weave set. So they might as well just make it 80% reduction to healing skill and just allow you to press S and select over here one specific slot for the potion, and just like I can select skills here to be able to select healing skills, and as you go through the story, every act give us 2 or 3 different healing skills that we unlock that give us different effects. Some of them straight up heal, some of them healing over time with maybe a damage buff or a defense buff or a damage reduction buff alongside it, or resistance to one element, things like that. Now it would be nice to get more of those and just call them healing skills instead of potions. They can still be called potions, and you can just press it here and select different potions and just unlock different potions that just recharge, that just have a cooldown to them. But yeah, right now you don't have anything to heal you other than the Disc Mage has healing. The Disc Mage has 3 things that can heal it: Holy Fury, Consecration, and Luminous Run. So apart from the Disc Mage, the other classes can't heal unless using a potion or the Blood Drinker. And that's pretty kind of, I guess, boring maybe, if you don't have items that can heal you. We need legendary items that can let us heal for every class, not just for the Disc Mage. Actually, the Disc Mage, I think it was the Vitality Extractor, the only item that lets you heal. And you have tier 3 Consecration, and then you have Luminous Run, which one was it? Tier 1, if I'm not mistaken. Was there another healing? Oh, Forged. Forged can heal with Power Projection. Forged and Power Projection can heal. What about the Realm Master? I don't think there was healing on the Realm Master, and definitely not on the Sharpshooter. So Realm Master can heal with the Shield Car. Yeah, a bit, but only with Shield Car. So I guess apart from the Sharpshooter, everyone has one skill at least that can heal, but it's just a little bit. It's not much. I would have loved for something like Skittering Shoulders, but with healing instead of damage reduction to exist. Place a field on the ground, maybe some new shoulders. Some new shoulders from the next set they make. Maybe they should make a defensive tanking set that gives you Wife Drain buff. For example, imagine a set that, for example, on the Gwolfs, when you activate them, you get 15% Wife Steal for 6 seconds or something like that. And then on the shoulders, you get a field on the ground that heals you, the same way you get with Skittering Shoulders, and some similar things. And this Wife Steal should be X% of your health per hit. Maybe 1 or 2% per hit. Something like that, so it's not overpowered. So that on a proc monster build like that with a lot of hits. And maybe give it a cooldown of maybe 1 second, so you can't proc it more than a second, or 0.5, 0.4 seconds, also not bad. Just so it's balanced, so it's not overpowered. Where with 1 Scout's Bones I can fully heal myself. But yeah, I think a set like that would be pretty nice. The Vampire Ward set or something like that. Something that looks more like a Count Dracula or Countess Dracula kind of thingy like that. See, very good inspiration for such a set would be the Countess from DI. Where did I put the Countess? Countess... let me try and find you a screenshot. This one. This is the Countess from Diablo Immortal. Something that has this kind of design. Look at the shoulders and the gauntlets. Kind of has a Wolsen vibe to it. Has a very Wolsen vibe to it. But it really fits the bill. As a Wife Steal kind of Vampire Ward set or whatever you want to call it. This one also looks nice, but this is your typical Reaper kind of setting. on Q are super irrelevant, especially on boss fights. On boss fights where there's no ads. Yeah, many boss fights have ads and that could work, but first of all, the healing is not gonna be worth it if you rely on it as much. You can get much better stats in that slot. Much better to go for something else. The numbers are too low, yeah. When you're talking 60-70,000 HP and you get healed for like 1,000 per kill, it's just it's silly bad. It's silly how bad it is. The same goes for HP regeneration. It has always been bad in this game. And yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't scale well. I would be happy if eventually at one point I can play a build where I can stack a ton of HP regen. And just keep myself alive by stacking HP again on every item and getting HP again in my sockets and things like that. But for now, this is just it's just a dream to have HP again actually be worth using. Actually, I don't need this. So okay, let's equip this. Let's dismantle some stuff I don't need. Yeah, those are definitely noob traps. I agree with how you call them noob traps. They're the perfect noob trap in the game, those stats. Because people, when they're new to the game, they wouldn't know that it's not worth it investing into those until they try it and then learn the hard way. I should actually make some content. Noob traps, beware of those affixes, or whatever other catchy title. And then that might get the developers' attention to get back to those. Actually, they did get back to health regen. Health regen was much shittier than this. It was 10 times worse. So believe me, they did kind of at least improve it, but it's still shitty. And yeah, it was added very early on, and health regen probably for the early levels was fine back in the day. And then eventually it became shitty, and they improved it, they buffed it almost tenfold, if I remember correctly, but it still wasn't enough. As I said, I wouldn't mind the potion being my major source as long as I had different potions. And as long as it's not something that I have to rely on drops for. If it's just like Chaos Bane, where the potion is just something on a cooldown, and then you have some passives that you can attach that modify that and give you extra buffs when you use it, that's actually pretty fun. But yeah, it's not like that. It's what we get right now. It's something where you have to get potions as drops and you have to send the pet to buy them. See, instead of wasting time developing the system that lets me send my pet to the town to buy potions, they could have reworked the whole system into a system where it's just on a cooldown and then given us another 3, 4, 5 different types of potions instead of just those 3 ones we've got, for more flexibility there. And just, yeah, as I mentioned, add another button here that's only for the potion skill, and just allow us to select the potion skill or healing skill or whatever you want to call it, and give us those as unlocks. In Act 1 I unlock 2 or 3 potions, in Act 2 I unlock another 2 or 3, in Act 3 as I do the story I unlock another 2 or 3, and then at the end I have 6 or 9 different things I can select that all have different ways of benefiting me, different ways of working. Right now we've got only 3, and most people prefer to use the Act 1, although Act 1 is pretty bad on builds that are melee, because you want the enemies close to you and then it knocks them away and then it ruins everything for you. So we need a potion that does the opposite, that vacuums the enemy. So as I mentioned many times in my stream, I would love for them to design a mechanic where every skill that has a knockback or a pull can be reverted. So for example, Sacrifice to Goose vacuuming enemies. How cool would that be? For builds where you want them to be together. Vacuum the enemies with Sacrifice to Goose, follow up with Onslaught. They keep moving away, another Sacrifice to Goose, and since Reload now works properly, you can keep them constantly vacuumed in the Onslaught area. That would be amazing. The same goes with Explosive Arrow. I can keep them in place and use Explosive Arrow or Scatter Shot. Even Heart Seeker would be so much cooler if I had a button over here at the top of the skill, a button that I can click. And that completely changes and reverts the pull to knockback and the knockback to pull. So things like Vortex Bomb, like this one, like Hammer Spin, like what's the other hammer thing? Torque Swing, like the Living Barrier on the Blood Drinker, anything that has a knockback or a vacuum, to have an option to revert it. And it's such a nice concept. I mean, I'm not a game designer, but I can at least give them base ideas, and then a designer can take this idea to the next level and apply it to not just knockback, but other things, other features. There are so many things that are opposite effects, and in games to allow you to customize it and to just revert certain mechanics. Push-pull is the most basic thing I can think of. There's definitely other things, like knockback with affixes. Okay, that's a separate thing. Obviously an affix that gives us pull would be overpowered and broken, but at least on skills, not the knockback affix. But yeah, that's an amazing mechanic, and I would love games to have that mechanic. There are definitely so many cool things that can be done as long as people have imagination. In whatever type of thing you're development, it doesn't have to be game. It can be anything else. Creativity, you have to have imagination to imagine things. There's always a way to do things. As long as you can imagine it and visualize it, there's a way to do it. I'm not a developer, I can't do the things I can imagine because I'm bad at coding. I've tried learning and I got bored. I've tried learning C++, and it just I got bored. In 3 weeks or so I got bored. I've learned when I was a teenager, I've learned things like HTML and things like that, but again, it wasn't my kind of thing. I'm more of a other type of creative person rather than coding. More of a visual kind of thing. But the thing is, I'm bad at drawing. I can imagine the perfect drawing, but I can't put it... I can't draw what I'm imagining. I can imagine such an amazing track, but I can't make that track because I can't use software for making music. I've tried using software for making music, but I just can't get good at using it. I mean, I can imagine the sound, but I can't make the sound I'm imagining when I'm using things like Ableton and Fruity Loops and things like that. I'm just trying to achieve the sound I'm imagining, but I can't, and that's kind of how it is. I've got the imagination, I just don't have the skill. I don't have the thing that's normally the easy thing to get, the skill, where the imagination is normally the hard thing to get. But I guess that's how it is. I'm kind of limited by my inability to learn certain skills. such as creating music and drawing and things like that. Although I've messed around with Ableton and Fruity Loops and Contact. It's pretty fun. I've also messed around with Unreal Engine 4 because the Unreal Engine, even people that don't know coding can do stuff with that engine. You can take already made assets from other people and just create levels with those assets and just arrange them in a way you think it's good. But there's tutorials for everything. Almost everything you can replicate it, but in those tutorials they would teach you how to do certain things, but not how to do the things you wanna do. If it's something unique that you're imagining, like, yeah, I can copy paste and do exactly what someone is showing me in a tutorial and make a track that sounds super similar to the one that the guy on YouTube is making, and my sounds would sound the way his sounds do, but I won't be able to make them to sound exactly how I want to. I've tried it and I've made a few tracks. Some of them even on freestyle, where I would just press certain buttons that would do certain sounds and try and combine them in certain ways. But yeah, definitely. I think the mechanic where one skill can be modified with the click of a button to do A or B, where A and B are opposites, is something that would really fit this genre. Not just isometric ARPGs, all sorts of ARPGs, even shooters. All sorts of games could benefit from such a mechanic, because it's a simple yet powerful mechanic to revert the effect of certain things with the click of a button. So, Vortex Bomb on a ranged forged. You don't want the enemies close to you, want to keep them away from you. Revert it to a knockback with the click of a button, boom, you've got a very nice ranged forged, keeping the enemies at bay instead of pulling them. Then you switch to melee forged and you want to use the Blood Drinker. But the Blood Drinker, the living barrier knocks the enemies away, but you want the enemies close to you. With that living barrier. Then you revert the living barrier to pull the enemies close to you. Simple, powerful, very good for melee builds. That's just some examples. And the example I gave you earlier with Sacrifice to Goose and Onslaught or other things. Terry the Tank says, has Cyclone Mode been fixed? Yes, Cyclone Mode has been fixed. Cyclone Mode now is fast. I can try and show you. After this map I can go. Cyclone Mode now not only is moving at base speed, but it also can benefit from movement speed bonuses, such as arc-powered shoulders, Quicksilver, and anything else that gives you movement speed. So yeah, enjoy it. It's back to the way it needs to be. It's no longer like pulling a supermarket trolley uphill with the food brake on. It's definitely better now. It's better than I expected. I expected for them to make it always move at base speed without the bonuses from movement speed buffs, which is a little bit harder to make. And they coded it the easy way, which is the better way, I guess, because now we get movement speed bonuses on Cyclone Mode, which is amazing. If they think it's overpowered, they can just make it move at base speed. I don't think people would mind it if they nerf it that way. But yeah, I would love for it to stay the way it is. I think it's good. It's good to be able to get extra movement speed bonuses on Cyclone Mode. By the way, it's 10:08 PM. I've got like 20 minutes more, and then I need to give Sky, who is over there, some medicine and some food. So yeah, maybe a few more minutes in this map, maybe get level 53 by that time. And tomorrow we can do just some fuzzier stuff. But tomorrow my stream would again be a little bit delayed, because I still have to do some editing. Started working on another editing project that's not gaming related. And yeah, it's time consuming. I've been doing a lot of color grading to certain footage today, and since there's a lot of footage and it's a lot of stuff, every little clip, if it's shot in a different place with different settings, it requires different color grading, I guess. It's tough stuff to do color grading if you don't have already preset custom templates of yours. Yeah, I can use the basic templates in Premiere, and I can download LUTs, but even those I still need to fine tune. And as I've heard that color grading is an art in itself that you learn. It's not something that's super easy to do. So I can kind of agree with that, especially when dealing with cell phone footage rather than footage with a pro camera, shot from a pro camera. Come on, where's the spawns? There's gotta be some more spawns here. I think it started spawning in the opposite way. It's in waves. Gauntlet, I've noticed that Gauntlet spawns them in waves. You clear in one zone and then in the next moment it's spawning in the next part of the map, and you need to figure out which that next part is. I guess it's here now. I wish it would respawn quicker in Gauntlet maps, so that there is no moment where I'm just running around trying to find where the spawns are. And I wish they would increase the number of automaton and nethering monsters per spawner for maps like those to be equal to the number of goblins we get in goblin maps. Mark says, any idea when you have the video for this build ready? Seems like you're still leveling and gearing it. Oh, definitely not gonna be... what day is it today? Today is Wednesday, so it's probably gonna be next week, because I still wanna get certain items. At earliest it would be the end of this week, at earliest. But I think it's pretty safe to say next week, Monday, Tuesday is a fine number to say, because I'm gonna have enough time to experiment with certain skills, because I need spectacles. I want to experiment with a lot of things, because if I don't like the way it's turning out, I can change it. But yeah, this is kind of gonna be the Infectious Summoner 2.0, and I used the targeted strikes then. But I think I like explosive arrow more than targeted strikes. So this time it will be with explosive arrow. That's one obvious change that you can even see me using right now. And major change, Imbue Relic and Call of the Legion. Major change. Major change, I'm not going to use Arachnid Assault. I'm not going to use things like Spectral Spider or things like that. So I'm gonna put points here. First I'm maxing out the goblins. Probably gonna keep this level 8 instead of level 10. And I'm gonna put those points into this and this. So right now I've got 8 points left. 5 points here, 3 points here, remove 2 points here and put those points there. That's gonna be the first setup I try. Maybe I can test putting points to relic skills, extra damage to relic skills, but I don't think that's the main source of DPS for me. It's mostly explosive arrow as the main DPS. You get the most DPS from explosive arrow and from your summons. So relic damage I don't think I need. This one I'm keeping level 10 and this one I'm keeping level 10 plus 2, because this gives me more cooldown. So level 10 plus 2 means faster cooldown than 8 plus 2. So this is definitely something that wasn't in the build before, max level revolt. And over leveling skills. Before I wasn't doing it, because it wasn't giving us damage before when you over level, until they changed it a few months ago. You're thinking of trying tight grouping for the SWO and relic recharge rate. So tight grouping for the SWO is good, but if you take tight grouping, then consider tier 2 Rezi for damage to blinded, sword or stunned. If you take one, obviously it's a good choice to take the other as well. I'm gonna mention this. I'm gonna make a... See, you gave me a good idea to make a tight grouping version with Rezi. I was thinking of making different versions for different skills. So that could be one of them. You know how in my builds I always don't include just one way of doing the skills, but multiple ways. Because builds are flexible in this game, and with 10 or 15 respectacles you can modify the build to suit your needs one way or another. So yeah, there's ways to do it. You can use Onslaught as well. You can use Onslaught, and that's not bad. But Onslaught for now I don't recommend it until they increase the range of the skill. It's super close range. It's keeping you too close to the combat, and it's just not fun using Onslaught when you have to be this close to the enemies to cast it. On a skill of this caliber, a Rain of Arrows kind of skill. It just doesn't fit to not have good range. It should be at least half the range of explosive arrow. An explosive arrow can reach one end of the screen to the other, so at least half of it. If I can shoot explosive arrow here, I should be able to go here with Onslaught. So maybe let's say here. Here should be the center of Onslaught. Right now Onslaught is more like here, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. Over here maybe. Sky, I think Sky is in pain. Sky, what is it? Poor boy. He meowed. I'm not sure if you heard him. He's having some pain. Either had a nightmare or feels pain, because he has problems with the kidneys, but he should be fine. I'm gonna give him medicine at the usual hour I do. You're saying I'm not sure explosive shot will be usable on controller. Looks like you have to be able to target where you want it to land. Isn't that true for every skill though? Oh, actually with targeted strikes you can just target the general direction and that's fine. With tight grouping it's the same. So yeah, you can use one of those or even this one. But with those two you have to aim. You have to aim exactly where you want them to land. So yeah, that's a good point. On controller it might be a bit more difficult to play those. I'm thinking of ending this map and doing another one. Yes, this is a gauntlet map, but I'm not happy with the respawn rate with this gauntlet map. I was even considering removing Shasta and bringing Goose into the active skill tree, and taunting with taunting with Ghost Visage, but 2 seconds duration is very bad for this taunt. If it was 4 seconds, I think it would have been the best thing to do to the build. So if I remember, next time next time I'm on a Mayhem Monday, I'm gonna ask if they're considering, if they would consider increasing the duration of the taunt of Ghost Visage. Normally when there's Mayhem Mondays I'm streaming, so I miss them. Sometimes I wouldn't, but yeah, most of the times I would. So might as well just make a note ticket. Because I think that would be the best thing they can do to tier 3 Ghost Visage. From 2 seconds to 4 seconds duration of the taunt. That way you don't have to spam the skill every 2 seconds. And that would mean you wouldn't need Shasta tier 2. You can use Shasta tier 2 as a passive, but you wouldn't need to use Shasta as an active on the skill bar. And since you always have, at least I don't know of builds that don't use Ghost Visage. It's just the only mobility skill we've got. Unless you're using the one from the shoulders, which is fine. Using the one from the shoulders is fine if you don't like Ghost Visage and want to use the Winter Weave shoulders one. It's not terrible, but yeah, I wouldn't replace it. At best I would probably use both of them, but yeah. And since we have Ghost Visage on the skill bar, might as well taunt with it instead of Shasta to empty up room for Goose for this build. Because I want the goblins. I want the Call of the Legion. I want my Asthma. I want my 1 damage skill such as Explosive Arrow or whatever. And I want Scout's Bones and Revolt. So the only thing I could see removing would be Shasta if they double the taunting duration of Ghost Visage tier 3. Otherwise I don't see it happening. Ancient Ember Helm. Nice. That's pretty nice item to consider for this build. This one would have been amazing for a melee build. A melee spin to win forged miasma build. Or an acid slammer build. Or a Bane train build. So I finally got this. I didn't have it, so I've never tried it. Seth says, do a lot of people played this game, trying to see if I should start playing it. Well, are you on PC? On PC I can show you the exact numbers for the past few weeks. Let me try and find it. I can tell you the PC numbers. The PC numbers, that's them. So right now 434 players online in Steam. 448 24-hour peak, all-time peak 5,600, which was on the... It was not on the game's launch, mind you, it was when early access started. When the game launched, it reached 3,800 peak, and from then it's been no more than 1,000 something, 1,200-300 peaks. And that's how it's been. So you can see for the last month, it peaked at 1,360 something. Last 3 months, 3,600 on launch day. So on launch day it peaked at 3,600. So there's not that many people playing it on PC, but it's not that bad of a number either. There are still some people playing the game. The problem is there is no matchmaking yet in the game. So you have to go on Discord to find people to play it with. Okay, I can do one more map. And Marlon Brown says, I just bought Chaos Bane Slayer Edition for Series S, about to install it. When is your next Chaos Bane stream? I can't tell you this, because right now I'm on I'm planning on doing some things with Torchlight 3. Eventually I'm gonna do some more Chaos Bane. I can do some next week. I can do some Chaos Bane next week, one of the days. Or this weekend, it depends. I need to make another build for this game. I also need to make some videos for the Sharpshooter, no, for the Railmaster and the Dusk Mage. The quest showcases, so there's 2 quest showcases left, and then there's 5 sub-quest showcases. The sub-quest showcases would probably be coming next week and the week after, bit by bit. I don't want to do them all at once. And I'm going to leave Code Heart for last, with the hopes that by the time I'm done with all the sub-quest showcases, the Code Heart would get some sort of a rework. Maybe I would actually not do the one for the Code Heart until it gets a rework. The same way I was waiting for the Forge to get the rework before I do the quest showcases. Torchlight 3 comes to Game Pass tomorrow for Xbox. Excited for that too. Oh, that's nice. Mark of Death says, should see a spike on Xbox this month. It's coming to Game Pass. That's amazing. That's amazing news for me as a content creator, because my content would help many people out there. And that means good news for me. And for my video card. For my future video card. Good news. Can only be happy about things like that. Torchlight 3 coming to Game Pass. Thank you Microsoft and Ectra for the deal. I guess it is some sort of a deal, an arrangement. More content consumers, that means, yeah, bit by bit I'm gonna try and make those guides. I need to make a new version of my beginner's guide as well. It's 2021, we need a new beginner's guide. So by the end of this month, it's something I'm planning to do. Rework of my ultimate newbie guide. I'm probably gonna keep it again in different parts. Maybe again 3 parts, because it's gonna be extended in depth. So I'm probably just gonna do exactly the same as the ultimate newbie guide, just with the more up-to-date information regarding certain things. I have a monopoly. No one else is doing Torchlight. Well, it's not like I want to have a monopoly or anything. Just people are ignoring this game and Chaos Bane. I can't help it if that's the games I enjoy. I could easily make content for Path of Exile and probably get a lot of people watching my content and get a lot of subscribers by making content for Diablo 3 and Path of Exile. But I just don't enjoy playing those games. There's not much I can do about it. I know that's where people watch. I know that's what people play. But I just can't force myself to do something for a game I don't enjoy. I can do the occasional news videos and things like that, but there's plenty of people covering those games anyways. I did do a little bit of content for Diablo Immortal because I'm hoping to test it myself and see how bad or how not so bad it is myself. But I couldn't get into the alpha and test it. If I get into the next alpha, I would make sure to play it, and if there's no NDA, even stream it. Exactly, I mean, I stream the games I like, and eventually people find my channel, people who want content for those games. That's how it has been from the start. At the start it was just me and 1-2 more people in my channel across both platforms, and I was enjoying Torchlight Frontiers and eventually Chaos Bane, and eventually Torchlight Frontiers became Torchlight 3. I've been streaming some Borderlands 3, but I stopped enjoying Borderlands 3 long time ago because they just they're taking the game into the wrong direction for my taste. Constant increase of the level caps, making my time spent farming items before pretty much useless. Very disrespectful to your player base to increase the level cap and to not give them a system that levels up the gear. For example, let's say Torchlight increases the level cap to 65. We would need a system that would let me get a level 60 item, retain the same stats, and let's say I sacrifice 3 level 60 items or 1 level 60 item. Let's say 65. So I have a legendary 60 and a legendary 65 pistol, for example. And I want to keep the level 60 pistol but make it level 65. Then I sacrifice the 65 pistol to make my level 60 pistol level 65. If that made sense. I think Borderlands 3 needed such a system with all the level caps, because Borderlands min-max rolls on an item are so hard to get. You might spend 100 hours trying to get that one item, 200 hours, and it still wouldn't roll with those drops, drop with those rolls. It's just how it is. And since you don't have an item affix rerolling like Diablo 3 in Borderlands 3, with the constant increase of the level caps, I felt like the game is slapping me in my face. So definitely didn't feel like it's respecting my time spent in the game. And yeah, I can do like everyone else and start cheating and start using cheated items that people are generating with cheat tables, but I wouldn't want to do something like that. And I know there's people who make that and upload those items online in the Nexus mods and things like that, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't want to be the type of content creator that does that, to generate items with tools for the sake of builds in an online mode. In an offline mode, I think it's fair for people to use that in an offline mode, but people in Borderlands do that in online because the saves are saved locally and everyone can cheat in it, and it's just not fun. I'm not sure if there's Gipt for Borderlands 3, but for Borderlands 2, Gipt was the main source of min-maxed items. I guess that's how it was. But I think people can do the same now with cheat tables in Borderlands 3. Last I researched a year ago, there were cheat tables that people can use to generate items with the exact affixes. In fact, there were some super overpowered affixes that can just one-shot stuff. Silly cheats. And the worst thing is there were people selling overpowered items on eBay for Borderlands 3, and there were people buying those items, mind you. So this guy's probably creating one item and then duping it 100 times. And then from those 100 times duped, he probably is able to sell it a few times to some random fools who are willing to pay money for cheated items that have been duped. I don't know what to say about that community there. That part of the community. I'm not saying the whole community. I'm just saying that there are some people out there in the community that do all that bullshit. In fact, I got trolled multiple times in Borderlands 3 where someone would enter my game and boost my levels without me wanting, because he's using a trainer or a cheat or whatever that increases the XP gains. But yeah, I'm done with this map. I'm gonna go to character selection because it's 10:32. And that's gonna be it for tonight. Tomorrow in the evening, some more Torchlight 3. Outriders 2, definitely a game I have on my wish list, but until I buy myself a new GPU, I'm not gonna be spending money on anything else game-wise. But eventually, when I've got a new GPU, I might go and visit Outriders with all of its content that it gets. And yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. Keep it cool. Until next time, Struck up, and goodbye from me.